Recording in progress.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the February 9th, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. The council did meet in closed session. I'll turn to the city attorney to report.
The city council met in closed session and discussed items A, B, C, and, one moment, please. D, E, and F in closed session. And with respect to item A, Mayor Gordo recused out of an abundance of caution with respect to his employment by LIUNA. There is no reportable action at this time on any of the items.
Thank you.
Roll call.
So we'll start with the calling of the roll.
Councilmember Cole.
Present.
Councilmember Hampton.
Blessed and honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Lyon.
Here.
Councilmember Madison.
Here.
Councilmember Masuda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay. Mr. Cole, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The clerk is going to administer an oath for a commissioner.
Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I, Dr. Luisa Ortega,
I, Dr. Luisa Ortega,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of
discharge the duties of
Commissioner
Commissioner
on the Commission of the Commission of the Status of Women,
of the Status of Women,
upon which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Ortega, thank you for your willingness to serve. Okay. Next, we'll turn to public comment for matters not on the agenda. We do have, again, an agenda to get to, so we're going to go to a minute and a half for public matters not on the agenda so that we can get to the agendized matters and the city's business.
Okay. Kate E., then Les Hammer, Christopher Sutton, Alejandro Perez, and then Barbara Lamprecht. If you hear your name, please start to line up.
Yeah.
That was Kate E.,
Please step forward.
Les Hammer, Christopher Sutton, Alejandro Perez, and then Barbara Lamprecht.
Ma'am,
Hi.
welcome.
I'm here to urge divestment from businesses profiting from Israel's comprehensively documented genocide against Palestinians. Putting our money in Israel is like investing in 20th century South Africa and claiming not to be complicit in their regime. If we do business in Israel, we make money from the ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and human rights violations that define Israel. But it gets a lot worse. Take, for example, American heavy equipment manufacturer Caterpillar. For decades, Caterpillar D9 bulldozers have been used to illegally destroy Palestinian homes and farms where families have lived for generations. In 2022, they demolished 8 fully populated Palestinian villages in the West Bank. They're used to perform extrajudicial executions, demolishing occupied homes with people trapped inside, as well as the well-known 2003 killing of American human rights worker Rachel Corrie. Israel's 972 magazine reports the IDF used D9s, Caterpillar D9s, to hide Palestinian bodies. Mass graves found at 2 Gaza hospitals contained 392 bodies, including women, children, and the elderly, some with medical tubes still stuck inside, still attached, showing signs of torture. CNN, Time, and Al Jazeera reported indications some victims were buried alive. An IDF soldier testified to the Knesset that he and his company in Gaza used Caterpillar bulldozers
Ma'am, your
to
time
run
has
over
expired.
hundreds of Palestinians dead
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
alive.
Ma'am.
Les
Thank you.
Hammer, followed by
That's not what
Christopher.
Pasadena stands for.
Mr. Hammer, welcome.
Les Hammer, Pasadena. I find it ironic that many speakers condemn genocide in Gaza. Another speaker wore a baseball cap blazoned with the words F ICE, but I talked about illegal immigration, and Victor Gordo acted like Margaret Dumont clutching her pearls in a Marx Brothers comedy, aghast that anyone would dare use the word illegal immigrant in his presence. I can't say that I enjoyed the F ICE parade on Allen Avenue last week. I couldn't help but wonder what politically connected nonprofit organizations sponsored that parade. Did they get money from the city or the state? Or, like the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, that receives $34 million in state money and operates the Rapid Response Network. Finally, do you know that 2.2 million illegal immigrants have self-deported thanks in part to a $1,000 incentive from Homeland Security? Liberals have been screaming for years about amnesty for illegal immigrants. Well, guess what? You got it. Homeland Security recently sweetened the deal to $1,600, meaning that an illegal immigrant family of 4 could voluntarily leave the country and reapply for admission to an American embassy, and all for nearly $10,000. How generous is that? What other country on the planet has done that? What other world leader besides Donald Trump has done that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Next speaker.
Christopher Sutton, followed by Alejandro Perez, then Barbara Lamprecht, then Dennis Hopp.
Mr. Sutton, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Christopher Sutton. I'm an attorney. Some of you may know I represent the United Caltrans tenants. The Caltrans tenants in Pasadena, approximately 90 properties, I guess about 2/3 of those are still occupied, need the city's help in buying the properties from Caltrans. Both the affordable tenants and the market tenants and even the nonprofits are being jerked around by Caltrans. I see on your agenda for a closed session, you discussed 16 Caltrans properties, which I believe are empty. But the city has lots of tools against Caltrans. Since the 1980s, 17980.7 of the Health and Safety Code has specifically authorized cities and counties to take actions against government-owned properties, residential properties like Caltrans, the whole wide range of enforcement proceedings. In 1999, the city attorney and city staff scheduled a code enforcement commission hearing on a Caltrans property. The last minute, the hearing was canceled by the city manager, and there's been no code enforcement against Caltrans properties for the last 26 years, even though you've been authorized to do so for 40 years. You have turned away millions of dollars in rents you could have seized from Caltrans to repair the properties. You could have recorded substandard building notices. You could have done a wide range of things to protect the tenants. And the cities have done nothing. The city of Pasadena, who scheduled this one hearing in 1999, is the only city to have taken that step. City of Los Angeles affirmatively passed an ordinance disavowing their power to go after Caltrans. So
Mr.
that
Sutton, your time has expired.
the tenants need your help to buy the properties.
Mr. Sutton,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Alejandro Perez, followed by Barbara Lamprecht, then Dennis Hopp, then Sue Park-Hoor.
Mr. Perez, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Alejandro Perez. I'm project associate with Perez Pacheco Consulting. We are a government strategy consulting firm operating here in the city of Pasadena. I'm here to speak on our client, Open Arms Living, who has a development in the city of Pasadena. In During this development, we have been operating a aggressive community engagement campaign here in the city of Pasadena, and we'd like to share that with the Committee of Housing, Homeless, and Planning Committee. We've called several times and reached out, but unfortunately, we haven't received maybe guidance towards that. So I'm here during public comment to see if you could kindly help me with that. Thank you very much. And from one former public servant, thank you so much for your continued service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez.
Thank you.
Ms. Lamprecht, welcome.
Good evening. This is about preserving the 17 trees in the lower Arroyo that are slated for demolition. To provide context, in May 2025, a group of homeowners whose properties are on or near Arroyo Boulevard demanded that a select group of trees be demolished in the Arroyo due to their propensity to catch fire, the homeowners said. There was no public alert, no further opportunity to discuss or examine objectively with scrutiny. The trees are not native, landmark, or heritage trees, but as our tree ordinance states, it shall be the policy of the city to protect and maintain mature and healthy trees. The trees in question do provide canopies that have taken decades to develop and enhance the arroyo. I don't know who these homeowners are, or how many there were, etc. The trees in question are healthy, according to city reports, flourishing, and I dare say happy, apart from being owl habitats. That was fast.
No, you have 30 seconds.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Can one envision what the setting would look like without these trees? A heat sink next to a concrete channel where all we know that canopies are critical in resisting climate change. The trees that the city has so far planted are not doing especially well, at least to my lay eye. And why were the trees in question, truly stately specimens, not maintained in the first place? We understand and empathize with feelings of fear after the fire.
Ms. Lamprecht, now your time has expired.
Thank you.
You can submit if you have written comments, submit them to the Sergeant at Arms, who will distribute them. Thank you.
Dennis Hopp, followed by Sue
Mr. Hopp,
Parkour,
welcome.
followed by Randall Hein Lamb, then Levant Akbarut.
Thank you. Thank everyone here for taking the time to show up and try to put a good word in for whatever cause they have. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Dennis Hopp. I was born at Huntington Hospital 75 years ago. I have lived my entire life here in the city of Pasadena. I have been honored and privileged to be able to walk in the Arroyo every day for the last 50 years. Yes, I know the trees in question. These trees are not the problem of fire suppression. It is the undergrowth that is the cause of fire suppression. We're talking about the mustard plants. We're talking about the invasive grasses, the foxtails. These plants grow in the early spring or the early winter, and they're turning brown right now. So this is the start of the fires that start from the base. These trees, as Barbara said, provide habitat for owls, birds, mammals, squirrels, and they should be preserved. It is my understanding that these trees were planted at the same time as the Colorado Street Bridge was completed, the Vista de Arroyo Hotel, as a beautification project. So I would like the city first to use its resources, its forestry project, to trim those trees and keep them healthy and provide habitat for animals.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sue Parkour, followed by Randall Hein Lamb, then Levant Akbarut, then Kelly B., then Kenneth Compton.
Ma'am, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sue Parker, and I'm a very proud child of Korean parents, Korean immigrant parents, and a proud resident of Pasadena District 5. I just want to take time to thank Vice Mayor Jess Rivas today for your leadership in the Legislative Policy Committee and the proposal for expanding the City Council's ESG policy, which we are looking forward to hearing about and seeing the council support. We're also hoping that there will be a recommendation for the fire and police retirement board systems to follow your lead in expanding their own policy on investments to exclude things that are related to war, fossil fuels to private prisons and to weapon manufacturers. And we hope that surveillance will also be added. Thank you for your leadership. It gives us great encouragement.
Thank you. Mr. Haim Lam, welcome.
Thank you. Randall Hein Lam, District 5, and I'd like to add to those remarks by saying thank you to Vice Mayor Jess Rivas, in whose district I reside, and to council members Cole, Madison, and Masuda for their leadership in advancing a broader ESG investment policy for the city of Pasadena, and for the Fire and Police Retirement Systems Board, respectively. We look forward to hearing Vice Mayor Rivas's proposal to exclude investments in weapons, fossil fuels, private prisons, and surveillance technology. I did wonder, however, if a date has yet been set when your proposal might be agendized. Perhaps we could take a couple of weeks off from speaking to you every time if that happened. But I also wanted to invite you all to an event that's coming up at All Saints on Saturday, the 21st of this month, when we will be hearing from the Reverend Dr. Mitri Raheb in his presentation entitled Hope and Hopefulness in the Midst of Genocide. Dr. Raheb is the founder and director and president of Dar al-Kalima University in Bethlehem, Palestine, and it will be an opportunity for you to hear and engage with a pastor, author, and educator who lives and understands the reality of occupation and apartheid every day. Watch your inboxes for a personalized invitation later this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Levant Akbarut, followed by Kelly B., then Kenneth Compton, then Margarita Holman.
Sir, welcome.
Yes, my name is Levent Akbarut, a resident of Pasadena in District 7. I'm a lifelong activist, human relations, interfaith activist, and community organizer, bringing people together. I'd like to first start off with the moral clarity and the pluralism of what is going on today in today's society. We have a genocide unfolding beneath our eyes, and we have state police and authoritarianism seeping into our existence here at municipalities and all with ICE. This is a broad-based coalition where we still have the tyranny of the minority. Americans across the board of all races, nationalities, and religions are here to fight together for justice. I am an American Muslim of Turkish descent. I do not deny the Holocaust in World War II against the Jews. I do not deny the Armenian genocide, and I certainly do not deny the genocide in Gaza. And I urge everyone here to be on the right side of history and use the legislative powers that you have for divestment, for making a moral stand, because the way we spend our money represents our values and our humanity. And we have a chance here as
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Kelly B., followed by Kenneth Compton, then Margarita Holman, then Abraham.
If you hear your name, please form a line in the middle.
I'm Kelly
Ma'am.
Brinkman. Good evening, Mayor Gordo and council members. My name is Kelly Brinkman, and I'm a Caltrans tenant here in Pasadena. I'm here to speak in strong support of transferring the Caltrans-owned homes in the Pasadena to the city of Pasadena, rather than allowing them to be sold through Caltrans and its contracted broker, Veterans Realty Group. Caltrans is a transportation agency. It is not a housing authority, and it is not equipped or mandated or prioritized housing affordability, tenant stability, or neighborhood preservation. Pasadena is. By bringing these homes under the city ownership, Pasadena can ensure that they are used to address our real housing needs, not simply liquidated as surplus assets as Caltrans and VRG continues to play dirty with tenants both at affordable and market rate. The city has the ability to sell these homes to affordable and market rate buyers using FHA 203K rehabilitation loans, which allow working families and first-time buyers to purchase and repair the homes they otherwise would never be able to afford. This is a proven tool that promotes ownership, occupancy, reinvestment, and long-term stability. A city-led program can also
responsibly blend affordable home ownership, market rate sales that generate revenue, market rate proceeds.
Ma'am,
can be
your time has
reinvested
expired.
locally into housing rehabilitation.
Ma'am,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Compton, followed by Margarita Holman, then Avram.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening. My name's Kenneth Compton. I run a business here in Pasadena, and I too am in favor of saving the trees in the lower arroyo. They are slated for removal because they're non-native and apparently affecting some of the native grasses in the area. But we had another person speak at a meeting a few weeks ago, and she said that she went down there personally. She's a landscape architect, and she said that the plants are thriving underneath those trees, even though they're non-native. And they're mature trees, and they plan on replacing them with native trees. However, it's going to take many, many decades for those trees to grow. These trees are already stately, they're mature, they're thriving, they're healthy, and they should remain. And they're also habitats for the owls that nest in them annually, and I just am in favor of saving the trees, and we'd like to keep them there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next two speakers are online, Margarita Holman and then Avram.
Ms. Holman. Welcome.
Is she on? Okay, could you unmute Ms. Holman? Is she on a phone or is she on a computer?
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You have a minute and a half. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Margarita. I'm not speaking just for me. I'm speaking for other families at Yucca Villa and Mars Basin who are afraid to speak publicly. We are in urgent need of support. Residents currently have faced massive barriers, including complete lack of communication, non-compliance from Union Station staff. Most importantly, there's a serious alarming gap between what is being reported and what is being reality on the ground. For example, the City 24-25 performance reports list that Yucca Villa as accessible completion of renovations using capital grant funds. As a resident, I live here every day, and this is not true. No renovations has been begun. Furthermore, the city reports boast high retention rates, success matrix. These numbers do not reflect reality. Families are staying here not because they have nowhere to go or have high quality support housing promises. Many residents fear of retaliation. At the same time, Union Station Services reports more than $40 million in revenue, 90% success rate. Yet Union Station staff, specifically Gabby Gardinez, permanent supported housing, Jacob Friedman, director of clinical, have told me and other residents that funding are depleted and basic support for us are closed. We are being reported. What was being reported in HUD does not match what is happening in these buildings. This is not just an issue. This is a severe oversight. I am formally requesting that the City Council place a future agenda item for independent performance and Union Station contract compliance at Yucca Villa and Marsh Place. This audit must include physical inspection of kitchens with possibly reported, be completed and safe.
Ms. Holman, your time has expired. I would also say that there's been correspondence received and distributed to the council by Ms. Holman.
Okay.
Avraham is the last speaker virtually.
Sir, welcome.
On or no?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead. Minute and 30.
Good evening. My name is Avraham. I'm a Jewish American. I'm here to once again strongly recommend the city divest from all contracts connected to the foreign government of Israel, as well as the rogue and un-American agency known as ICE. Last week, we talked about how the Israeli government had lied about the events of October 7th and how they used those lies to justify the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. We also touched on the fact that the Israeli government actually murdered many of its own citizens by way of the protocol called the Hannibal Directive. This is documented by many Israeli eyewitnesses and journalists. Some Israeli commanders and intelligence officers have called it a mass Hannibal event. In an interview with Israel's Channel 12 in February last year, former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant was clearly asked and confirmed that yes, Israel executed a mass Hannibal Directive event. This means the city's investments with the Israeli government don't just fund the slaughter and destruction of Palestinians, but also the outright murder of Israeli Jews. The justification for these contracts are built on a mountain of lies. Why would you continue to fund this? You are not helping Jewish people. You are burying us. The Israeli government are not the Jews. They are murderous psychopaths who do not represent us. They are an abomination to Judaism, and any American city funding Israel's genocide of Palestine is an abomination to America. In addition, the city's tax dollars are helping pay for a pipeline of ICE training with the Israeli military. The same tactics used to brutalize Palestinians are being deployed on Americans, and Pasadena is funding it. Furthermore, this funding has placed members of the IDF within ICE itself, a foreign military roving America's streets armed. This is unconstitutional, and this is treason. You must divest from Israel, divest from ICE. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment on this matter.
Okay,
On this item.
thank you. And we'll move on to the consent
Mayor,
calendar.
if I could just ask a very brief question of staff, if they know when the legislative policy's recommendation to the full council on updating our ESG policy will be back, just so the public can know when to expect that?
Matt Hawksworth, Assistant City Manager. Normally, we do one investment policy update a year to start the fiscal year. So unless directed otherwise, that's when we're planning on bringing it back, would be part of our annual update.
And when is that?
It's usually in June or July.
That would have been helpful. Well, I don't want to get into the merits, but that would have been helpful information to have at the legislative policy meeting. Perhaps we could talk offline about timing with the chair.
I think it would be appropriate to direct the staff to bring it as soon as practical.
I agree.
That was my understanding at the meeting last week, but
Madam City Attorney, can we make a motion to that effect, or is it a consensus? How does that work?
We can make a motion. Yeah, we can agendize it.
You can just agendize it.
I think, at least two of us have expressed that we would like to see it on agenda.
Okay.
We'll take that back to staff.
okay, thank you. And I see the mayor is agreeable to agendizing it sooner rather than later, so
And
thank
this
you.
is at the full council or the committee?
I was not aware that the recommendation was made, but I certainly will work with staff to agendize it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Next, we'll move to the consent calendar, and I'll entertain a sweet motion.
There are speaker cards for item 4. There's a public comment card, a public comment letter that came in for item 4, advocating for the city council to appropriate funds to build the remaining 19.4 megawatts of municipal solar. That letter was posted online, distributed to the council as part of the record for that item. Do you want to go to the 2 public comments for 4 before we do it, or do you want to do a sweep motion for everything but 4?
Let's do a sweet motion. Well, let's just go to 2 public comments. Well, no, let's do a sweet motion for everything but 4.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Basuda, seconded by Mr. Jones. Are there any objections to the consent calendar holding back item 4? Seeing none, that matter is approved. Turning to item 4, public comment, Mr. Clerk.
Jeanette Foster, followed by Sandy Krasner. 2 minutes?
Sandy? Oh, is it Jeanette?
Jeanette's first.
Ma'am, welcome.
Good evening. Public Works serves 2 roles which are critical for the success of Resolution 9977 and Pasadena's goal of carbon-free electricity by the end of 2030. Public Works prepares annual capital improvement budgets and also manages city-owned properties. No funds for solar generation on city properties were included in the fiscal year 2026 capital improvement project budget, also known as a CIP. The optimized strategic plan mandates a total of 20 megawatts of solar generation on city properties by 2030. No projects in item 4 include solar generation. Last week, City Council approved the addition of solar energy systems at 5 city properties for total generation of 0.68 megawatts. Public Works must play a proactive role in planning and budgeting for the remaining 19 megawatts. 2 projects in today's CIP amendment must add solar: the YWCA building and the police and fire training facility. The Central Library retrofit must also include solar. Fire station construction and renovations funded in the 2026 CIP must include solar and storage, which would reduce operating costs and improved operational reliability in emergency situations such as fire and earthquake. Municipal parking facilities are important locations for solar canopy installation. Public Works must take on its responsibility to reach the goal of 20 megawatts of solar generation on city properties by 2030. Funding for solar must be included in the fiscal year 2027.
Ms. Foster, your time has expired.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Krasner?
Sir, welcome.
Thank you. Should be fairly short. I want to basically just emphasize what Jeanette has just said. The CIP program for this year should include appropriations to accomplish the remaining 19.4 megawatts of municipal solar. And Jeanette pointed out there's a large number of projects that can be done on municipal property that will advance us towards our goal. One of the things important to keep in mind is if these projects can be started before the end of July of this year, they will qualify for a 30% direct payment from the government. This is one of the few pieces of the Inflation Reduction Act that still remains available. So I'd like to emphasize that we should be doing as much as we can to provide funds for municipal solar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That
Okay.
completes public comment
Their
on
motion.
the consent.
Mayor, I just had a quick follow-up question for item 4. There's the pedestrian crossings, and so I'd like to ask the city manager if he could circulate the actual location of those pedestrian crossings, because it is using CDBG funds, and so I just want to ensure that those funds are being used to, not being used to replace funds that would typically go to CDBG areas, but to actually supplement the funds as well.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Jones, you'd like us to
Just the
distribute to the
location,
council?
yeah, yeah.
the
If you could,
location?
well,
We can do
I'm
that.
interested, I don't know about my colleagues, but I'm interested in seeing the actual location of those funds and the projects for the pedestrian crossings.
Yep, we can get that distributed to you.
We'll deal with that.
Okay, Mr. Hampton?
Based on some feedback from, actually, we could vote on this before I say my comments.
All right. So is there a motion? Mr. Madison?
Mayor, I just wanted to comment, the residents are not wrong that we should be modeling solar generation on our city properties. So I don't want to hold up the amendment or anything, but Mr. City Manager, you concur with that. Where possible, we should be pursuing renewable energy sources on city sites.
Yeah, I believe there, I don't remember how many, a number of projects that are pilot projects, and I think they've discussed that at MSC.
Yeah, we did, and I believe last week we approved 3 or 4 locations, I believe.
5.
Thank you.
Are these rooftops?
These are in the parking lots at libraries. And we were assured, since that's like, it's not very much
One was the
energy.
city yards though, too.
It is, that it is an effort to pilot, as you suggested, Mr. City Manager, a much more aggressive and broad commitment. And those projects should be in the next capital improvement program. We often, before they've been completely defined, set projects up that envision our future goals. So I think I will be looking in the next recommendation from you on the CIP for a project that goes beyond our pilots and that envisions, at this stage, still preliminary, a major commitment to solar energy as directed in the OSP, the Optimized Strategic Plan.
Thank you. Were you finished, Ms. Madison? Thank you. So one question that I've been asked is, since, and this discussion reminds me of it, during when this matter of solar and green energy came before us, we of course were anticipating the loss of the federal subsidy or incentives, I should say, for solar, and somebody, and I may have missed this, but I think the staff or somebody mentioned that we're working on addressing that locally, the incentive, and where are we with that? Mr.
Manager.
Are we actively looking at that, or hoping that the state, or, well, just an update at some point would be very helpful.
We were assured at MSC
Yeah.
that using public benefit funds and other sources, we would get a proposal from the staff. So I think
Okay.
what the mayor's asking for is when's that going to come?
And I don't know, but I will check in
Yeah.
with the general manager of Water and Power and find out.
Maybe we just have a
It is, Mayor, it is on our look-ahead schedule for MSC
Okay.
in the next few months.
Okay. I've just been asked, so if we could let the timeline, maybe circulate the timeline among members of the council in the event that others are asked. So I'll leave that in the chair's, MSC chair and the city manager's
Good hand.
work plan. Okay,
Sorry, who made the motion in the second? I didn't catch if anybody made it or not.
Mr. Cole?
I will make the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Moved and seconded. Any objections? Seeing none, matters approved.
Item 4 is approved. Mr.
Okay.
Hampton has a comment.
I just was waiting for that vote to end so that I could make my brief comments. The 17 trees in the Royal that were brought up during public comment, do we have an update on those trees, and if there are any roosting or nesting animals utilizing those trees at this time?
Assistant City Manager Brenda Harvey Williams may have some information, and I might have some as well. Let me look into my email.
And you could share it with us in an email if not appropriate right now at this time, but if you have something, I'm happy to hear
I
it.
believe we have our Public Works Director, Greg DeVink, who can answer that question for you.
Hello, everyone. Greg DeVink, Public Works Director. Regarding the trees in the arroyo, we did observe nesting owls a while ago, months ago. They have since left, but before removing any others, we're going to re-verify all the trees.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. The other, that's my only question about that. And if you guys could send us a update on that we could disseminate with our residents would be helpful.
Thank you.
Then the other thing is I want to thank Ledge Policy for taking up ethical investment. Thank you. And then Union Station, who audits Union Station? Or who audits our contractors through the housing department? Is it the housing department that does these audits?
I believe it is the housing department is the one that contracts,
Okay.
would have a contract with them.
I've never seen one of these audits, and we've heard complaint after complaint after complaint of some of our contractual agreements, not necessarily with Union Station, but with other organizations. And can we have copies of those audits? How often do we audit to make sure that they're actually utilizing the funds in the way they should be utilizing them?
I don't know what kind of contract monitoring they have for Union Station, but I can certainly find out, and we can certainly provide the council with copies of whatever monitoring documents are available for your review.
Perfect. And I guess if we need to do more, then maybe that's a conversation to have. But if I could see what we have, that would be helpful. And then, something that's been brought up, and I've received quite a few emails on, it is allegations of one of our own firefighters. I see this job personally as it's an honor to be able to serve the residents. And I think anyone who works for the city of Pasadena should also feel the same exact way. I've brought this up before when we had a police officer who was not allegedly, but was selling guns. And I said, they should not be on paid leave. I believe that until those allegations are unfounded, we should not be paying anyone. If these allegations are extremely serious in nature, and we should do our own investigation to debunk those allegations of this. I think everybody has their fair share to due process, and so I think to expedite that, we should do what we need to do to make sure that this individual has cleared these allegations, or if they're sustained. So I don't think that we should be paying anyone while they're off on leave under criminal investigation. That's just my point, and I'm going to say that here publicly. And it's pretty much up to city staff and what you guys do with it. Also,
It's
I know it's
in the
legal.
hands of the city
Yeah,
attorney.
I know. I get it. I just want to make sure that we're doing our own investigation as well. Our city attorney's not here right now to be able to answer that, but if she could send us something, maybe in one of her memos, to let us know. Also, the No Secret Police Act was upheld today. I believe that was today, and Judge Snyder, U.S. Supreme Court. Sorry.
So.
You familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
The
but.
masks.
Should
The
we,
mask.
it sounds like we've got, quite a few.
No, and
Matters.
this is just really, not the mask, but the ID. So the piece of the
Right.
ID was upheld today. So my request is to understand what our police department is going to do if someone in law enforcement is not appropriately showing their ID. That was upheld today. So our police department, if someone is not showing their ID, because.
We'll ask the city manager.
So if we could get an update on that, and maybe if the police department wants to put out a statement or a video to let our residents know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are my comments.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Crampton. I thought you had comments on the consent calendar.
No, I'm
It
done.
sounds like your
Consent.
comments were more appropriate, for all of us in the future. At the end of the agenda, there's an item there that allows us to.
6, 7.
I know. It adds up. So, with that, we do have public hearings.
We're on item number 7,
Yes, item 7.
ledge policy, federal and state platform.
I think that's pretty well laid out.
There are
item 7.
speaker cards on this item,
Okay,
6 of them.
6 speaker cards.
Mayor, I just had a quick question on this item. I didn't see anything in relation to replenishing the Raymond Basin, and I know that's come up at MSC. I saw about treating the contaminants in the basin, but nothing about actually like replenishing it with maybe imported water or captured stormwater. So I don't know if that was discussed at ledge policy or if that's something that the city staff could look into to including in part of our platform.
I believe Ms. Harvey Williams is trying to get the person with that knowledge here.
Good evening, Council. Jennifer Guest with the Water and Power Department. Councilmember, you were asking about specifics to replenishing the Raymond Basin. There's not anything specific to replenishment in there, but we can certainly add some more specific language that does address that. It's pretty general and broad so that we can be nimble, but I do see the need maybe if you want to add some specifics, we can absolutely add that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Did you? There's Councilmember Lyon, then Councilmember Kohler is in the queue.
Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have, thanks to the Legislative Policy Committee for putting this together and to our legislative advocates who do a lot of the work. I have some proposed tweaks to the language that I think really matter, because this is a statement of what we care about. It also governs how we write letters out of the city about our policies, and these are relatively small, but I think pack a punch. So the first thing is in the federal agenda, actually in both agendas, but particularly in the federal platform, we keep using the phrase federal assistance. And to my friend, Councilmember Madison's point, these are our dollars. And California gets back about 79 cents on every dollar we pay into the federal government. So I would just like to see a uniform change, if everyone agrees, when we get to the motion for adopting this, to change that to federal funding or federal investment in. Either one of those phrases would be fine. But assistance implies somebody's doing us a favor, and they're not. And then the second thing is on the state agenda. Throughout, we use the phrase support for local control, return to local control, the importance of local control. The problem is that over time, certain phrases become identified with movements or with politics or with a point of view. And local control is, for better or for worse, that phrase is linked to NIMBYism, to the idea of keeping people out of our city. So I would just change that to local decision-making authority, or the authority of local, preserves the authority of local agencies, but throughout uniformly strike local control as a phrase. And also I'd like to not see it in our letters, because it is code for keep people out of our city. For better or for worse, whether we mean that, that's how it's read. And then lastly, in terms of adding material, I do think the point's well taken from I have a feeling we may have public comment on this, but certainly it was in the letter. We should certainly have support for renewed federal incentives for solar and e-cars, which have been stricken. And we didn't know we were going to have to push for those to be added back in, but they should be in there as well. So those will be my suggestions when it rolls around time to adopt.
Yeah, I'm okay with those suggestions.
Thank you, Mayor.
I would say on the issue, and local control has sort of been twisted around, and whatever side you're on, to mean different things. And I think the language should reflect preserve this particularly charter cities' authority. So preserve Pasadena's authority to, under its charter, to essentially govern itself. I'll let the staff play with the words, but on planning, public safety.
100% okay with that language.
Yeah.
And I think the principle we all agree on, it's just the language of local control itself.
I think it's a
little bit toxic.
It's a good suggestion. So, but important to me is zoning, planning, public safety, finance, all of those issues.
Mayor, if I may.
No argument there.
Brenda Harvey-Williams, Assistant City Manager. I do want to add that the Legislative Policy Committee felt exactly the same way about that local control language. And we do have a cover memo on the agenda report. And the language that they suggested instead was add support for more collaborative opportunities with the state in the development of policy. That was the language they offered.
Well, to the mayor's point, I actually would probably have something with more teeth. We really do believe that that our government and the people who elect us should be able to plot a course for our city, right, and decide our way. So it's more than collaboration, although that point is critical too. I do think we should be in better dialogue with the state than we have been of late. But the point of local decision-making authority also really matters. But actually, I would trust to either staff or staff working with legislative policy to kind of tweak the language and assume we're good.
I think collaborate, I mean, it's well-intentioned, but we've tried to collaborate with the state on a myriad of issues, and they simply aren't listening. To the point, the point on the financing, that it's our dollars going to the federal government and or the state, well, they're also elected to represent us and to, allow us to do our job here in the city of Pasadena, consistent with our charter. And they're not supporting this city council and the cities and the residents and the charter that we adopted here locally. And so they're making decisions in Sacramento that, overstep our bounds. And we pay for the planning department. We pay for the preparation of specific plans. We pay for the general plan. And then the state comes in and essentially Bigfoots us and says, nice try, but we'll determine your local planning from up here in Sacramento. Many of them have never even visited our city. So that's what I object to. And we've got to strengthen that language and make clear. Okay, Mr. Cole,
then Madison,
then Mr. Madison, then Ms. Rivas.
2 points. Well, first, I join my colleagues in expressing appreciation to the Legislative Policy Committee. This is a lengthy and comprehensive approach. We're not going to have every single thing on our wish list that we would like in exactly the right language. And I think this is, a good job. I have two concerns. One is to the one you've just spoken to, and Mayor, I don't want to start a debate, but one way not to get the state to listen is to invite our state senator and then publicly lecture her about how wrong she is. And that's my view. You have obviously a different view that went on for 20 minutes. I think we should be collaborating, and I actually like the language in the density bonus law section here, which really talks about rewarding the cities that do the right thing and punishing the cities that don't, which is different from everyone has absolute local control. It twins local authority with local responsibility. And there actually is language on page 12 that I think would work to both your concern, Mr. Mayor, and I share the idea that we do a better job planning than Sacramento. You and I are 100% in agreement on that. How we get to that, we have a legitimate difference of opinion. But it says on the top of page 12, supports efforts to encourage, encourage smart, sustainable, and equitable growth and transit-oriented communities that preserve the authority of local agencies. I think that language, I'm comfortable with that language, and I think that gets to your principle, which I agree with, without getting into this heavily loaded word of local control, which not only has been associated with NIMBYism, but frankly is associated with segregation in the Old South. So that's one point. Is I think we can find language if the language that already is in there emphasizes the ability to work with the state and preserve our local authority. The second point is, there's considerable language in the document, pages 4 through 6, pages 11 through 12, pages 23 through 26, on our approach to both federal and state policy regarding greenhouse gas emissions and electric utilities. And it seems to me schizophrenic. I see two different layers. I see the layer before 9966, is that the resolution for 9977, excuse me. I think there's language embedded there that predates. There's a lot of couching of, we're all for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, except when it will cause anyone any problem anywhere at any time. And I think that language is obsolete and should be stricken. So I would like to suggest, not we try to change it here on the fly, but that knowing the composition of our legislative policy committee, we just take a closer look at the language on utilities and not make it so couched in sort of foot dragging that I think reflects a previous approach.
Thank you. Mr. Madison, followed by Ms. Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everyone's comments and have been taking some notes. And as chair of Ledge Policy, just means first among equals of that committee, I'll do my level best to keep that discussion going. I don't know that we regularly amend the platforms, but there's no reason we couldn't. And I would say there were a couple things that we did focus on, as the Assistant City Manager, Brenda, mentioned, as reflected there. On the federal platform, it just, this is uncharted territory. We've never had a federal administration that's been so corrupt and bigoted and incompetent. So, you struggle to not make wild swings in reaction to that, but to also make sure that we're doing whatever we can to protect the values of our community and the way that we see the values of our country. And then in terms of the more collaborative, in Japan, when a student answers incorrectly, the teachers often say, not that the student gave the wrong answer, but that the teacher asked the wrong question, so it is kind of deferential language that we want to, be sure that we're redoubling our efforts to be collaborative with the state, because we do such a good job of the underlying intent of those policies are ones that we adhere to, so we ought not to be truculent about it or pick a fight. And I think that would also not be good for the image of the city, which probably isn't accurate to some extent, the way people perceive Pasadena. I doubt that they really appreciate the current diversity in every way and the richness of the community. But perception can be reality if you're perceived in Sacramento or elsewhere. Yeah, those are my comments, and I'll look forward to
Thank you.
continuing the discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I support all of Councilor Lyon's suggestions, and in particular, the local authority language I think makes a lot of sense. And I'll just add, the collaboration language was not intended to supplant that or move it or be different direction. It was more just, we should always be collaborative, so it's just clearly stating that. And sometimes we need to fight, sometimes we need to start with those conversations, so it wasn't meant to substantively change anything, more of a stance and how we frame things, at least initially. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm okay with collaborating, and we've tried and tried, but and we should continue to try. But it hasn't rendered very many good results on elections, on any of the myriad of things that are important to our local residents. And we've got to let them know in a very direct way. Other cities are now seeing that we need to do that, not just as individual cities and counties, but as coalitions. And, they're letting Sacramento know, not just their own representatives, as we did, but also representatives in general in Sacramento. And, with regard to our state senator, Mr. Cole, I did not invite her to come in and then, as you say, lecture. She asked to come give an update. And then I asked her about her support for legislation that I believe is not in Pasadena's best interest. That's what the process is. That's what we're elected to do. That's what our constituents ask us to do. And I'll tell you, the back and forth here as compared to what's happened in other cities, which I object to, the way some elected officials from Sacramento have been treated in other counties and cities as it relates to the issue of that we were talking about, planning. Shouldn't happen, but I stand by the questions that I asked on behalf of the people that I represent, because they're asking me those questions. So, and, I think our assembly member made the same request. I'll follow up with him, see if he remains interested in giving us his, and it happens every year, their year-end report to the cities that they represent and elected bodies. Okay, with that, Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your comments regarding that. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about planning, you're talking about housing, thoughtful planning, and making sure that density doesn't go wild. So when you have the state telling you you don't have control of your density, that's wrong. So thank you for speaking up on that point.
Or even where we can and can't construct, and what we consider to be historic and not. I mean, all of those things are problematic for me. And I will continue to raise them here and in Sacramento. Okay, with that, let's move on to
Public comment?
public comment.
Sandy Krasner, followed by Terry Stein, then Yadi, then Sandy Greenstein, then Jessica Richards, then Humera Asfal, and then Rebecca Ray.
Hello again. I think
Professor.
Mr. Cole beat me, as frequently he does, beat me to the point on a couple of these. I had a general question about these legislative platforms. What is the purpose of this platform? Does the council intend to lobby state or federal governments for the policies described in these recommendations? I'm not familiar with it, but who prepares these? Do these address a current problem or an anticipated threat? Because as I read through the utility and climate sections, I have these questions. As Mr. Cole mentioned, there's a number of positions in this that appear to weaken the compliance with Resolution 9997. To some extent, they're kind of a get-out-of-jail card. The transition will be hard, so don't make us do it. There's recommendations for providing free emission allowances to retail electric utilities, advocating for legislation that decreases the burden of cap and invest regulations, advocating for changes to net energy metering and feed-in tariff policies that will decrease the incentives for solar customers. Interestingly, this is before the council has had a chance to evaluate the proposed NEM changes that I know PWP is discussing. They're advocating for limiting stranded fossil fuels investments. Is this an attempt to undermine the California Climate Crisis Act? As Mr. Cole said, this seems to be, perhaps this is just obsolete language, but it certainly does not seem appropriate for where we are now. We would suggest a number of policies that would help reach the city goals, particularly increased incentives for solar and storage and development and deployment of geothermal, long duration storage, the kind of technologies that we're going to need. Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank you, Mr. Kressler.
Mayor, I know it's not
Yes.
question hour here, but I think those questions were discussed at the committee, and it might be helpful, just a quick summary. We do have legislative advocates in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. The mayor and the council and staff frequently interact with our elected and appointed officials at different levels of government. And the purpose of this platform is to provide a blueprint, if you will, not too specific. We couldn't predict every piece of legislation that's going to come down the pike in the coming year. Not too general. We need to give clear direction, to all of us. But that is the purpose.
Okay.
I don't think we're unlike most cities, certainly in California, that have a presence in the state capitol because of the centrality of the funding and policy decisions that are made.
And the committee regularly engages with with our advocates, both DC and Sacramento advocates as well.
Okay. This was not apparent from
Thank
the
you.
attachments that were available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Terry Stein, are you here? Yeah, if I've called your name,
Stein?
if you could start to line up
Yeah,
in the
if you
middle.
How much time do we have?
2 minutes. Yadi, then Sandy Greenstein, then Jessica Richards, then Humera Asfal, and then Rebecca Ray is online. Go ahead.
Apologies for the delay. Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Gordo. Thank you so much for the opportunity to appear here tonight. I was at the Legislative Policy Committee meeting last week, and I'm extremely grateful to the committee members there who set forth a broad ESG-based policy, and also to Councilmember Hampton for the recommendation of the resolution there. I'm here tonight specifically to address the platform around immigration in that the policy committee discussed. Specifically, it discusses that the city employees should not use city resources to assist in in immigration enforcement, and that the city does not, unless ordered by law, assist with any kind of federal immigration enforcement, which are great policies in theory and are not working in practice. And specifically, I'd like to point to the surveillance technology that's being used in Pasadena, particularly the flock cameras. Flock, if you do a quick search in the news, about 24 cities just on the West Coast alone have decided to not use Flock anymore. Just last week, on his own, sua sponte, the Mountain View police chief said, we're shutting this down because they could see that Flock was sharing its data, wasn't taking any precautions to not share its data with ICE. Flock also, that license plate reading technology also imperils folks who seek reproductive care in California because license plate readers have been used in states where abortion is not illegal to track folks who are coming to safe states in order to seek abortion care. And you can look, I'm happy to provide this to the council, the ACLU, the EFF, Planned Parenthood.
Ms.
They're all
Stein, your
pushing
time
hard.
is
Thank you, ma'am.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I hope that we can
Thank
put surveillance in that policy as
thank
well
you,
in
ma'am.
order to protect
Next
all of us.
speaker.
Thank you so much.
Yadi, followed by Sandy Greenstein, then Jessica Richards, then Humera Asfal.
What she said about speed cameras. Your state platform states that you support policies that allow for automated speed enforcement, and recent staff updates said that Pasadena is on the list or something to that effect. What does that even mean? Please articulate to the public what exactly you mean. I don't think you can say so, so I suggest that you don't endorse this as part of the platform. So here's the facts. Assemblymember Freeman at the time passed AB 645, which established a speed camera pilot in a handful of cities that runs through 2032. And that pilot comes with extensive requirements and restrictions that was carefully crafted with privacy and criminal justice advocates to guard against abuse and oppression of communities where these cameras were placed. Sacramento tried to be added to the pilot unsuccessfully. Do you plan to lobby to be added to the pilot, and do you even know what that means? Because the TLDR is that it's not going to be like your so-called ShotSpotter pilot. If you manage to succeed and install cameras, you're limited to how many you can install based on the population, which is just a couple. The program is run by Transportation Department instead of police, and the fines must go back to local community reinvestment. So you'll have to provide robust transparency reporting and auditing, and your resident Yadi will be meticulously documenting for the people in the state legislative record Pasadena City Council's track record on regulating surveillance technologies and how thoughtful you have been about protecting our privacy. And that's a big if they come to Pasadena. I will highlight that at every turn, that you guys jump through all these hopes for speed cameras, but you're not doing that for other surveillance technologies. And on Zone Zero, we are in insurance crisis, and you need to step up and address this with the state legislature, the insurance commissioner, and the governor. This is not just affecting homes in the high fire hazard zone, it affects all of Pasadena. My neighbors and I, even though we're not in a high fire hazard zone, are already being demanded by insurance, including the California Fair Plan, to take on more draconian measures. Last sentence, ripping out our trees and our plants are not gonna save us from the danger. I know because I lived through one. Please push back and make local policies that don't take us backwards on our climate goals. Negatively impact renters' communities, so please step in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Greenstein, followed by Jessica Richards, then Humera Afzal, then Rebecca Ray, and then Tim Martinez.
Thank you. We might make up some time on mine. Jessica Richards will speak after me, and she has done deep study in the area related to fire, how to ameliorate our properties for fire associated with the Zone Zero discussion at the state. So I live in Linda Vista, as many of you know, and it's a severe high fire district. It was really freakish and scary when we had the fires, and I was ready to rip out trees and plants and everything else, but luckily I did not respond to my knee-jerk reaction at the time, and began to do some reading and began meeting with Jessica. So I'm here today simply to say that I hope that the city of Pasadena will do what the city of Los Angeles and Glendale did, which is to customize the approach to Zone Zero and to adopt option two that applies to trees, and option 4 that applies to plants. And I will stop with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Richards, followed by Humera Afzal, then Rebecca Ray, then Tim Martinez.
Someone's water bottle. Oh, okay. No problem. Hello, I'm Jessica Richards. I'm a commissioner with UFAC, although I speak today in my personal capacity. I'm urging this body to not take a wait-and-see approach, but like Glendale and Los Angeles, to codify options 4 to maintain healthy vegetation and option 2 for trees. This allows us to maintain the needed ecology that we need to actually buffer against climate-driven crises like we saw last year. The Board of Forestry has outlined 4 options, and some, including our fire chief, said, let's wait and see. I strongly advocate against that because while these options are somewhat seductive, what is clear is that this state is poised to pass the most draconian option 1, which is a blanket removal of all vegetation around one's home, replacing it with a moonscape. And that is being pushed heavily by the insurance industry. So what do the experts have to say? I've been on calls every week hosted by UCLA with a myriad of experts from across the state, and they unanimously say the science does not support option 1. The science supports things like option 4. I was on a call today that included Ruben Carralda, the past state fire marshal, and that is exactly what he was advocating just today. So I really encourage this body to take a stand for the residents of Pasadena before it's too late, before the state swoops in with these policies. I've learned a new term, preserve Pasadena's authority, and I think that we should exactly do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I have a question of the speaker. So the options that you mentioned are not presented in our packet for this evening.
That's
Could you please
unfortunate.
share us, does anybody else know these options?
It's a separate issue from our platforms, I believe. It was an item that Ledge Policy discussed last week, but it's not proposed to be part of our state platform.
I believe it was in the legislative platform, very generally as Zone 0, but you're correct that the 4 options were not included with any specificity. What I'm urging is that we actually do add the specificity, whether that be best done at this platform or at a separate agendized, conversation. That's up for this body to decide.
Including the issue of preserving our authority.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would agree with that, so I
Yeah.
would like to see what the options are before, they're not
Yeah.
in our packet.
I mean, I do think we should, thank you, ma'am, thank you.
Okay.
The issue that we talked about, sometimes the teacher doesn't know the question to ask. And the question in this case is an important one, because, let's not forget that we went into a very difficult and highly publicized battle with the Attorney General when he attempted to smear Pasadena. And it was a very strongly worded letter that I responded that encouraged him to come visit our city and get to know our city before smearing us statewide. And so that changed the tune up there, but it seems like we're going back to where we were before. It feels like Groundhog Day. So I do think we need strong language in there in our legislative
If I
platform.
could just clarify my previous statement, and thank you to Ms. Richards for reminding me that the Zone 0 language very broadly is on page 3 of the state legislative platform, but we had a discussion last meeting as well, more specifically about taking some other separate action. And I see the chief is here, so he's probably the best to explain that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to just come. And Vice Mayor Rivas, as you mentioned, we did have a presentation and discussion last week at Ledge Policy, and I'm happy to come back again next month. Happy to answer any questions here. Thank you. I'm not a scientist. We'll start with that. And you have dueling scientists up and down the state discussing Zone 0. I think what you're being asked to make a recommendation on is reasonable, but almost no fire chief in the state right now is standing up making a recommendation on what you should do. I have clear language from Glendale, and they made some recommendations as a mayor and council to the Board of Forestry. As far as I can see, there's been no formal adoption of anything other than an advocacy letter, which, in my humble opinion, if you're asking, is very appropriate. Exactly what has been advocated for options 2 and 4, but it's not my place to come to you as your fire chief and tell you what what is better, other than to say, hey, I think it's very reasonable to look at some of the options, so that we're not taking out thousands of trees, and only providing a one-size-fits-all.
Thank you, Chief. And I think the letter that you mentioned, that Glendale, you said there was another city, just Glendale?
Glendale and LA.
In LA.
The letter that I have is from the Glendale City Council, just because in my frequent correspondence with Glendale and Burbank.
And I won't belabor the point. Maybe tonight is not the time to take up that letter because I haven't had an opportunity to look at it, and I don't know if any of my other colleagues have as well. But I think this is an item that should come back to the council for advocacy letter as we are lobbying our state legislators to let them know, you know, the major impacts these will have, not just on our environment, but on our residents' pocketbooks. So that's it. Thank you.
And I do understand from the chief that they were directed to come back to legislative policy. That'll be coming back next month. Is that?
Could I weigh in before you take the floor? It's your turn. On this to follow up.
Certainly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Madison. I support Councilmember Hampton, and if it is coming back sooner rather than later, that'd be great. I think, you know, we have the best fire chief in the state, and I think we just saw another example of why that is. You know, oftentimes there's a kind of a knee-jerk reaction from fire professionals that is not balanced, and your willingness to entertain Pasadena's special character. You literally from space, you can see that we're one of the 2 greenest spots in the LA basin. And we desperately want to protect our residents from future fire danger. The how is one that we should preserve local authority on.
Your comments on Councilmember Cole remind me that he's the best fire chief in the universe. So
We have evidence.
from space, from space.
From space, yeah.
Well, I think he's the best fire chief in the multiverse. Top that.
The picture that Mr. Cole, what Mr. Cole's referring to is there's a picture of, I don't remember if it's the entire county or maybe just the San Gabriel Valley, taken from a satellite, and you can see Pasadena because of its greenery in that picture. Yeah. Mr. Madison?
Mayor, I just wanted to chime in. I think the Vice Mayor did an excellent job with the chief and kind of clarifying. So first, we weren't trying to cram down any discussion of this initiative. We did learn that the state regulators are doing more outreach. They're getting a lot of feedback right now. We didn't want to go out front on some letter advocating something that's not even on the table anymore. So the chief is closely monitoring this. We talked a fair amount at the committee about the efficacy of our brush clearance programs and the number of homes that our firefighters visit, and having that local solution for Pasadena, which is what we prefer, obviously. So we were going to bring it back at our next meeting, which is the first week of March. I think it's March 3rd is the next meeting. But we serve at the will of the council and the mayor, so if you want us to accelerate anything, but I'd caution keeping our powder dry a little bit right now as we watch this unfold, and then be prepared to weigh in when it's most salient.
Mayor, do you want to?
These guys are hard graders, Chief, so when they tell you you're the best, I would remember that moment, let me tell you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Humira Afzal, followed by Les Hammer, then Rebecca Ray, then Tim Martinez.
Ma'am, welcome.
Yeah, I just want to say a few things about the federal legislative platform. When I look at some of those sections, it's as if 2025 didn't happen. It's a pre-authoritarianism, pre-fascism document. We're under an authoritarian federal government right now. Should be very clear to you if you're not. I used to teach college courses on authoritarianism. Yes, we are living under authoritarianism. 2 particular areas of concern relating to that. The immigration section. which is really quite weak. Says, in 2017, the City Council adopted a resolution declaring that the City of Pasadena will not enforce federal immigration laws and that no city employee will use city funds or resources to assist, et cetera, et cetera. My question is this: will the city do anything to protect residents from state-sanctioned violence just because they happen to be wearing ICE or DSH vests? No mention of that in here whatsoever, and it's very concerning. And I go to actually listen to, this was before I moved here. If you're not aware, I only moved here like not even 6 months ago. I went back and listened to the Community Police Oversight Commission meeting on August 15th, where there was a presentation, among other things, on ICE and the Pasadena Police Department. Here's some quotes. They're a law enforcement agency that has a right to take law enforcement actions. We will assist our law enforcement partners if needed for their safety. Residents can stay safe by cooperating with ICE. This is no longer appropriate. This section needs to be tightened up because what's happening, what is the deal when ICE is not following the law? All of this assumes, this document assumes.
Your time has expired.
Okay, I sat there for a very long time waiting for my turn, but that's okay. The federal government is not following the law, and we're making that assumption. So do something to protect our people.
Thank you.
Les Hammer.
And just before we turn to the next speaker, this is the appropriate time to maybe mention that there is a city who adopted an ordinance specific to ICE. And I'm going to suggest that the council look at that ordinance and consider a similar action. Mr. Hammer, welcome back.
Yes, Les Hammer, Pasadena. I hope that all of you read the 4-page expose on Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara that was published on December 7th and outlined all of the junkets he's been on, at least a dozen, to places like, let's see, Africa, Chile, Colombia, France, and even Albania. How would you find anything to do with the insurance crisis in Albania? I'd like to know why he went on that junket. But I look at myself personally. 3 years ago, Nationwide dropped me as a policyholder. They also dropped the Homeowners Association. And the Homeowners Association managed to cobble together insurance from Lloyd's of London and 2 out-of-state insurers, going from $25,000 to a whopping $200,000 on a 75-unit building, while the insurance commissioner goes on junkets around the world. And today, I just got notice in the mail, Safeco is canceling me. They're not going to deal with this state anymore. I don't understand why people voted not once but twice for Ricardo Lara. He should be fired by the governor, and he should be prosecuted by our state attorney general. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Mr. Hammer brings up a point that maybe legislative policy can look at the legislation or communications with the state and some of the insurance companies that are really, in my view, overreaching and taking what is a very serious situation in the Palisades and Eaton and putting the burden on many others. So I would ask that committee take that issue up.
Mr. Mayor, in March of 25, it might have been, maybe it was April of 25, I requested that the council take up an item to send a letter to the governor stating a insurance emergency. I think that at this point, we're well past the opportunity to do this now. I think a lot of our residents are facing, as the gentleman mentioned, cancellation letters, significant increases to their insurance.
Yeah.
And we are in a serious crisis, and we need to have our governor act on it.
I think at the time, you're right, you're correct. It was referred to legislative policy, and I think we did send a communication. I'll check.
I thought we adopted a resolution.
Yeah.
Didn't we? Or no, it was.
No, we didn't. It was a whole long discussion about why we don't need to do that, send that to the governor at this time.
I'll look it up to see what
Yeah,
it was.
I thought we did take action, but I know that it was either sent to legislative policy or we sent communication. I know I've sent communication, but I'll dig it up.
I've sent communication
Yeah.
as well, but I don't think as a whole council we
Okay.
have.
Why don't we move along? Was that it for public comment?
No, there's two more. Sorry. Rebecca Ria, who's online, and then Tim Martinez, who's online.
Good evening, all. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you. Thank you so much for listening to the feedback from concerned Pasadenans. I am so relieved that you are taking to heart the valid, scientifically informed outcry from so many voices here and over the last few months. I'm a third-generation Angelino. I narrowly survived the Eaton fire this last January. I am the daughter, the niece, and the granddaughter of Los Angeles firefighters. I know how hard your job is, Chief Augustine, and we appreciate you so much. I have grave concerns over the foolhardy and ill-advised Zone Zero proposition. It's not based in best practices where native plants, greenery, and trees offer more protection in wildfires than the miserable moonscapes that Zone Zero proposes. Christmas Tree Lane in Altadena, like I said last week. Perfect example of how healthy trees protected the homes nearby. The issue is not plants and trees. It's factors like eaves, spacing between lots, density, brush clearance. My bungalow court is 100 years old. It survived that fire. My court is surrounded by beautiful mature oak trees, an avocado tree, camellia bushes. All of this would be gone if Zone Zero passes, because my court does not have 5 feet of clearance between our homes and where our sidewalks and parking lot begin. All of our greenery that helped us with shade, with privacy, that helped clean our air after the fires, this would all be gone if Zone Zero is enacted. I encourage our council to protect our precious urban canopy. Please resist predatory insurance companies that are backing Zone Zero. They want to put egregiously difficult standards in place that are not backed by peer-reviewed science. They're designed to allow enforcement creep. They're designed to allow those companies to deny claims in the future. Zone Zero, as a one-size-fits-all approach, will destroy wildlife habitats. It will leave our homes vulnerable to future wildfires. It'll harm our most vulnerable neighbors where shade and urban canopies are already hard to come by. I encourage this committee to put forward citywide protective language that calls for option 4 for well-maintained plants and option 2 for trees. This will keep our needed canopy lush and green. It'll keep our electric bills down. We know all the things that it will do.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
I have only 2 minutes. May I wrap one last sentence, please?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Tim Martinez.
Mr. Martinez?
If you're on a mobile, it starts.
Hi, good evening,
There you go.
Mayor and council members. Tim Martinez in West Pasadena. I also wanted to comment on this Zone Zero item, and I don't want to belabor the issue because I really appreciate the conversation that you had previously on this. I did want to add that I was also evacuated from the Eaton fire, and I think that we all support safety measures like taking, removing wood that's right up against your house, putting vents that are ember resistant with mesh, and so forth. But the part about this that really seems to be scientifically controversial, as the fire chief mentioned, is the part about vegetation. And so I think this is exactly right. As you identified, this is an issue of local decision-making or local authority where we're facing really a top-down state-mandated removal of landscaping, and they really don't understand Pasadena or our conditions like we do. So I really appreciate the conversation you're having, and I would also encourage you to please be proactive in trying to find the best policies for us here in Pasadena and in advocating to the state for, again, that local decision-making authority. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Councilmember Lyon?
Mayor, just very briefly, it occurs to me that we could do a better job of articulating how we're responding to ICE's unconstitutional and unlawful tactics. This council has been careful to do what we can to preserve the rule of law, even as we're sliding into authoritarianism. So the way we have taken on the incursions of the federal government are to undertake litigation against the federal government. So we currently have 3 lawsuits pending against the government, one of which has to do specifically with ICE's excessive use of force and unlawful tactics. And to date. We won in that case until we got to the Supreme Court. But that case is still pending. We also supported the No Vigilantes Act, which today was partly affirmed in a district court, at least the requirement that officers have identification. The mask provision was struck down at the trial court level. So that has been our approach to date, to try to act within the frameworks of our government that are the appropriate ways to interact with the federal government. And I welcome whatever provision you're talking about bringing forward.
Yeah.
This is new territory for everybody.
Yeah, it is, and I think what we're going to see is more and more municipalities that have been affected and those that have not been affected speaking up. And so I think there's an opportunity for Pasadena to lead the way. Thank you. With that, Mr. Cole. Oh, I didn't see Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole.
Yeah, Mayor, I appreciate, and I suspect my colleagues do as well, the proactive approach you have taken to addressing this issue, particularly with advocates in the last couple of weeks. You've had extensive meetings with the city manager, the police chief, and National Day Laborers Network, Pasadena Job Center, and other community groups with a keen interest and stake in the outcome. And I think from my understanding, it's your intention to bring to our next meeting some significant steps for us as a council to discuss. And I think we shouldn't wait till next Thursday, or a week from next Thursday, because we're dark next week, to let people know this is coming on every side of this issue. But I think that all of us want to see that we do everything we can to protect the safety of our folks. My own personal opinion is that ICE is operating not as a legitimate law enforcement agency, but like the sheriffs in a rural county in Mississippi in 1962, a lawless, racist, and dangerous entity that needs to be abolished at the federal level. We have no power over that. So what we need to do at the local level is do our very best to protect citizens, and there are limits to that, practical limits, legal limits as well. But I appreciate, Mayor, that you've taken this issue head on, and I know that you have ideas that you want to bring back, and I think we should let folks know that this is coming, and we will have a genuine discussion about this.
Sure.
In the coming weeks.
And we'll send something out to notify the public outside of printing the agenda next Thursday. A week from Thursday, thank you. Okay, that completes
public comment. There was 4 letters of correspondence that were posted online, distributed to the council, and are part of the record for this item.
Move the platform that the committee, I guess on behalf of the committee.
With the
Yes, of
with the
course.
tweaks that we
Sorry.
Yeah.
Then
Can we just
Do you want to
enumerate them?
specifically set them out? I know Councilmember Lyon made 3. Maybe you could restate those 3. And I'm not sure if I missed
There
any
was
others.
striking federal assistance,
for either
local
federal
control, and solar support for
Yes.
solar and electric vehicle incentives.
Those are the 3 that I.
And the Raymond Basin.
In the Raymond Basin, absolutely.
And I think Mr. Madison was agreeable to this, that that before we wait till next year, we go back and re-examine the language on the federal and state utility to be more consistent with 9977 and our commitment to 100% renewable energy.
The Raymond Basin is a very, very important one. And Mr. Lyon, I think you meant to say the concept formerly referred to as local control.
Literally the term local control.
And there seemed to be consensus that the other language in the document of preserve local authority is an appropriate substitution.
Authority and autonomy.
Local decision-making authority or,
Yeah, that will let the
Preserve
staff
Pasadena.
work it out. But I think the intent is clear. On the Raymond Basin, I would ask that matter, actually, if it hasn't gone to MSC, that it go to MSC for an update. I think that one needs to be specifically acted upon here locally, as well as regionally and statewide. When I think of projects like the 710, for example, at one of our ad hoc meetings, I suggested that everything we plan for in the 710 stub needs to have some connection to recharging the Raymond Basin, if at all possible. And so we should consider that concept for our planning in general, urge the county to do the same thing in this area, as well as the state to invest dollars into recharging of the basin. We get 40% of our water from there, and every drop that we can't draw from there is much more expensive than it would be from the Raymond Basin. So I would strongly encourage us to pull that matter out and get an update at MSC.
And Mayor, we did have an item come to MSC, I think like last month, and then Councilmember Lyon and myself met with Senator Perez's staff, and then we also met with Assemblymember Harabedian to get support from the state legislature as well.
Great. Okay. Maybe at some point the staff can provide us an update on that. Sounds like that's good work.
Not a part of the motion, but I just want to make sure, because these are other items that will come back to us, is the Zone Zero, I guess, advocacy letter, and then also the insurance emergency.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second Mr. Madison's motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded with the amendments as outlined. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that matter is adopted and approved. Approved and adopted. Next,
we have number 8 and 11 concurrent, they're related.
okay, 8 and 11 are concurrent matters. This is term limits and training of members of advisory boards, commissions, committees, and boards of operating companies created by the council.
Thank you, Mayor. Assistant to the City Manager, Alex Hernandez, will present on this item.
Mr. Hernandez, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Alex Hernandez in the City Manager's Office. Before you are proposed amendments to the municipal code related to provisions regarding term limits and training as mentioned, with the recommendation to find that the action is exempt from CEQA and potentially conduct first reading. So a little bit of background and input. This item's been presented to the Legislative Policy Committee 3 previous times, March 5th, July 1st, and October 7th. From that, we received input regarding new language specific to training, that be provided within 180 days of someone's appointment, really as a way to try to standardize that in terms of onboarding, as well as providing flexibility for specialized training. We recognize not all bodies have the same subject matter areas, and so providing that flexibility for staff, as well as the appointees on those bodies, is really important. Some of the topics that could be just kind of a baseline standard for all would be items such as Brown Act, conflict of interest, and other appropriate meeting and governance subjects. And then input was also received to try to emphasize some kind of timely or some urgency to that the training should be complete within 180 days of that appointment, or unfortunately that member cannot participate in meetings. Moving on to term limits, which also received some very specific feedback as well. The base terms were not proposed to have any changes. Those would remain at 3 years, no more than 2 consecutive terms, with those expiring on June 30. Where there might be potential shifts is how we do address the end of term. Shifting currently from what the practice is that someone can just continue their service, which we're very thankful for, until they're replaced. And they can remain on that commission or that body for several years. What's being proposed is an end of term where the council, this body, would have 180 days from that person's expiration to approve a replacement member. If no replacement member is seated, then that person vacates the seat. This would kind of encourage some natural attrition with really the health of the body still being able to conduct its business with the remaining appointees on that seat, on that body. We did allow for term limits plus, if you're thinking of a subscription. That would allow for continued service of what we're assigning an extended term. We're trying to really identify those appointees that have been held over for many years and try to assign a true final date while allowing them to continued service while you, as the appointing body, might find their replacements. So in this case, a commissioner could be assigned to an additional or final 3-year term. And what might that look like if we were to implement it? We currently have 29 appointees that have served their time and continue service to the city. Commissioner A is an example. Their term expired in 2005. If we did a term interval of every 3 years, their final term, if again they're given an extended term, would be June 30 of 27. Commissioner B, their term expired in 2010. 3-year intervals, a final term could be offered through 28. This is really to acknowledge and recognize that individuals bring a lot of expertise and knowledge and background to these positions, and it's not that we take that lightly, but it's that we try to encourage some attrition and turnover to allow others in the community to serve on these bodies as well. So while you might be able to do a slate of appointments for an extended term, from an equity standpoint, those currently serving that may be a little bit newer, less experienced on a body, we want to allow for them to also the potential get an extended term as well. This example of Commissioner C would expire in a few months and could be with a majority of this body appointed to a final extended term to June 30, 29. So that was the feedback we received on commissions. There was considerable discussion as well related to operating companies and their elevated status and having kind of separate language specific to the municipal code just for them. And so we did have situations where the operating companies had 2 different situations. Some were given 3-year terms, some were given 4. We'd like to align them all to be 4-year terms, and that's the arrow denoting that they could be 4-year terms and no more than 3 consecutive terms. So it is an addition of more years of service. Again, expiring on June 30, and then term limits for these in particular would only apply to those appointed by the city council. So if you think of other representatives on some of these bodies, the Pasadena Center Operating Company, Community Access Corporation, as well as the Rose Bowl, we do have other representatives. These term limits would not apply to those other representatives, only to those that the city council would appoint. We're experiencing the same situation where the code allows someone to serve until they're replaced. And we're proposing that seat be vacated 180 days after the expiration, again, to encourage that turnover and attrition. And then continued service, again, the option for an extended term, term limits plus, of additional 4 years. How might that be implemented for operating companies? Appointee A, their term might expire specifically for the body that currently has a 3-year term interval. They would experience a change to the new 4-year interval and be given a final term to June 30, 27. Appointee B, the example there, final through June 2031. So none of this is really meant to limit your options. We certainly took the feedback and tried to really flesh out what might present you the most flexibility to either exercise as a one-time slate of candidates to be given a final term, or again, allow for that equity for newer appointees to also be given an extended term as well. And I think also recently in consideration of the charter amendments for city council, as elected representatives trying to follow term limits, we thought it appropriate to also have that consistency across the appointing bodies that report up as advisory to you. And with that, we're also have the city attorney's rep here, Dean O'Connell, as well, to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now, for the, I think the council, am I correct? The council appoints all members of these advisory bodies. I think, Alex, what you're referring to is
They are nominated
They're nominated,
by,
we
let's say, an outside agency.
Right. We defer to outside agencies for purposes of nomination, and give great deference to those nominees. So, but ultimately, we appoint.
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Hampton, Mr. Lyon, Ms. Rivas, Mr. Cole, and Mr. Masuda. We still have the library matter, so I'm going to ask that we.
Brother, be brief is what you want to say. It's all good. I will be that. So the page where it says, I forget what slide it was, but it was 180 days for training.
Yes.
I'm just going to put it out there. I'm not going to make any comments. I'm just saying I would be opposed. I would like to see that move to 90 days. I mean, most of these trainings are done online, so I don't understand why someone can't do this within 90 days. 180 days is a very long time.
So 90 days?
90 days is my recommendation. And then across the board, a recommendation I would have across the board, not just for operating committees, but all commissioners should be 3-year terms. And I'm still in alignment with having 2 consecutive terms, and if that commissioner leaves for whatever reason, or their term is up, if they want to leave for 3 years or 2 years or a year, they could be reappointed to the same commission if the council member decides to make that, reappoint that individual.
Okay, thank you.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Lyon?
Thank you to Legislative Policy for bringing this forward as well. I think I asked for this when I was still on the committee, because I take our commission system really seriously. It is one of the ways that we engage dialogue with the public and with the community, in the way that we deliberate about the things that we do here. And so I would like to see us take steps to make it a more robust system and to take it more seriously. And frankly, I find it appalling that we have people who are 21 years over term. This is established by ordinance. This is city law. And we have people serving for decades beyond the expiration of their term. It's unacceptable and it's inappropriate. So I love what's proposed. I think it's all smart. I would support a shorter training period. The other training I'd like to see, and I know that other colleagues, certainly Mr. Cole has brought this up many times in our meetings before, is training on how to be an effective commissioner, how the system works, how you get something on the agenda, what is in your lane on this commission and what is not in your lane, so that the work is satisfying and meaningful and productive for the commissioners. And lastly, the only provision here that I don't like, I like all of what's proposed, and I think it's very thoughtful, is the idea of the extended term. I think we have term limits, except if we don't want to have term limits, then we don't. I think either we parallel the system that we're doing with the city council, which is this thing of the term off and then you can come back for a couple, or we keep what we have, or maybe we allow for 1 extended year. I'm open to hearing what anyone says, but the idea, I just think there's some notion behind this that someone's contribution is so urgently needed, and I just don't believe any of us are that important to the deliberative process, right? When the time comes, and we move on, and someone else can step in and bring something new to the team. It might be different from what that person brings, but bring something new. So I would not support that provision, and if there's appetite for it, I think we maybe parallel our structure where there's a term off and then you can come back for a limited period. Thanks.
Mayor, if I could just address, I think reference to governance subjects in terms of the training was intended to incorporate things like how to be a commissioner.
Great.
We did do that last year, 2025, with the chairs and vice chairs. But that kind of
More toward
subject-
effectiveness, though, not just
Yeah.
like procedure or
No,
rules, but
just- yeah.
how to do it well.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thanks.
that, I think, was contemplated, Alex, by governance.
Is there already? Great, thanks.
Great. Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Masuda, then Mr. Madison.
I really appreciate Councilmember Lyons articulating the value of our commissions and why we can and should take them more seriously so that they take their job more seriously. I've talked to many commissioners who feel sometimes hamstrung by a variety of factors that make them less effective. I appreciate the language, but we explicitly say we're going to lecture them about the Brown Act and ethics and all that, and we don't explicitly say we're going to provide training to help them be more effective. So I would like to suggest an amendment to page 12 of the ordinance where that section that you just referenced, Madam City Attorney, lies. That's section 27, item C. I'll read the whole thing and then I'll add the language I would like to add. Members shall be required to undertake training provided by city staff on the Brown Act, conflict of interest laws, and other appropriate meeting and governance standards to promote individual and overall commission effectiveness. The language that I would add is to promote individual and overall council effectiveness. I think that makes clear what we're trying to do. And so that I will offer that as an amendment when we get to it.
You said an overall council effectiveness? Is that what
Overall commission
Commission.
effectiveness. So to be an effective commissioner and to be part of a collaborative effort for the whole commission to work together. Many people have not had experience in working in a committee. They may have very extensive background and expertise, but you know, I've watched architects struggle with the parliamentary procedure in the design commission, trying to articulate their design concepts into something that can be binding and clear, for example. So that's point one. It's building on what Commissioner Lyon articulated, and for the same reason and in a specific way in which I think we can make that clear. I agree with both Councilmember Hampton and Councilmember Lyon about term limits are term limits, right? I guess I could ask for another term, even though the voters, gave us 3 terms in the charter. Say, well, if you're really special, you get an extra 4-year term. That's not what the charter says, and I think we should mirror when your term is up. Your term is up. And if we want to have unlimited terms, that's fine with me too. But if we're going to have term limits, I think they ought to be equal. And I appreciate the nod to that these people have been serving for 21 years. We are somehow incredibly valuable, but to give them another 3 years makes no sense to me. I think whether it's 6 months or a year, they ought to vacate their seat, and if it ends up with a vacancy, shame on us that we have failed to go out there and beat the bushes and find qualified people in a city of 140,000 people that is the center of the universe, that has everyone from Caltech PhDs to people that have served time in prison and have come out and turned their lives around. We have that range of experience in our community, which is remarkable. And I think to have people serve decades past their expiration date is something that is on us, and we should fix it.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I accidentally skipped Ms. Rivas in the queue.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by thanking staff for working with us. I didn't realize it was over 3 meetings, and I think even before that, you might have started coming to the council where we had a little bit of an initial discussion. So it's been a lot of hard work, so thank you for everything. And I really appreciate what you've captured here. I think it's great. I will speak on extended terms. I agree. I think term limits should be term limits. That would be my preference. Where we landed on the extended terms, though, was responding to a concern that I think several council members had initially in that initial discussion. Maybe it came up again throughout the legislative policy discussions about the operating companies and those being harder to fill or requiring unique sets of knowledge or expertise. And so that was the balance we were trying to strike there. So that's where that was coming from. But however, I would be supportive of just having a straight term limit as well. So I'm fine with what's proposed or changing it to just being a straight term limit. But that's what the discussion was based on.
The
Or what the
operating
recommendation was
companies go
based on.
from 6 to 12 years in the case of PCAC and PCOC under this proposal, and RBOC from 8 to 12 years. We're already extending the term limits.
Exactly. So there are other ways to address it by expanding the terms, and then also we kept the extended terms as an option. But personally, I'm fine with not including the extended terms. I'm supportive of the training and shortening the initial period to 90 days. Would that be by video? I mean, if it's by video, that seems that that's on the commissioner to get it done quickly. In that scenario, then 90 days is plenty of time.
Yes, we would create a video for training that could be played over and over.
Okay, great. Then 90 days makes perfect sense to me then.
We don't have it yet, but we will create it as quickly as possible.
And I appreciate that work will go into that as well. So thank you for taking care of that. That's all I have. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for the work. I do agree that we need term limits. The part that I have a problem with, and I think I mentioned at the meetings about RBOC, and term limits are not always term limits because RBOC is different. And it's so important because what we've all gone through. I can deal with it if we have to, but my appointee is Steve Hatterline, and he's done an outstanding job at the helm of the RBOC, and you know, he keeps me informed on what he's doing and what's going on. So I would have a very difficult time replacing someone like Steve. And so I would agree with it if everyone says, let's go with it, but that's one of the most difficult positions for me to replace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Lyon? Oh, you've already gone. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, we did have a number of discussions, and this is perhaps more complicated than it looks. Maybe others disagree with that, but I think it's important to remember a lot of these commissions are a major commitment for the residents, and they do a lot of long, sometimes difficult meetings. They have to prepare, review the materials. So I thought, well, my first question though was like, is the assertion made that there's somebody sitting now that's been there for 21 years? Because we get these lists every week.
You do.
What commission, may I just ask?
So at the end of the council packet
Just
is
what
a list of
commission?
vacancies.
What commission?
Let me find it.
Again, I'm not asking to name anybody or call anybody out. I'm just, what commission do you find that in? Because I don't find that.
Historic Preservation Commission, somebody's been on since
Old
their
Pasadena
term,
Parking Commission.
2010.
Yeah,
2010 is not 21 years.
I'm sorry?
It's 16, yes.
Right, but the assertion was made there's somebody that's been
Well,
on.
there's a 5 and a 10, I think is what they said. I don't know.
Pardon? Let me
Old
direct my
Pasadena
questions to
expired in
staff.
2004, so that would be
Pardon?
22. Old Pasadena expired in 2004, so that would be 21.
And that one is the, one of the sort of proprietary seats, right?
At large.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are, if anybody can find, and I've put out requests for people to see if we can find someone who's interested in serving on, as an example, the Parking Advisory Committee. Please, it's just been very, very difficult to find anyone.
I don't have any problem not having a term limit for that. That seems a different kind of an animal. You have to be a merchant in Old Pasadena.
Let me continue with my comment. Like I said, no, you're fine, but I mean, it's more complicated than meets the eye. And I think the committee did feel that I call them proprietary operating companies, you know, they're akin to that because they have some sort of special, either commercial or, in the case of PCAC, public information status that's not, it makes sense to have these operating companies. And so, you know, you want to get somebody that's got the skill set and the time and the dedication and is willing. I joke with my commissioners like you do as much as I do, and you don't get any perks. You know, nobody introduces you at events or, you know. So I just think we need to bear that in mind. One thing that is puzzling to me is why we would use different metrics for these term limits than for the council. And partly I have in mind that my predecessor, 100 years ago, whenever that was, I think she sought legal advice about when she assumed office, her ability to replace the commissioners that were nominated by her predecessor so that she could have a team, if you will, of her appointees. And I believe the response came back that she could, and I think we're addressing that more specifically in the proposal, are we not?
No, we're not proposing any changes to how a newly elected council member addresses their appointees. That is remaining the same. We're not touching that part of the code.
Could you just state that for the record?
Sure. So, do you have the code reference? I don't have the specific number.
A newly elected council member has, I think, 90 days from the date that they take office to announce whether or not they want to vacate any of the seats that are their district nominee or their nominee, if it's the mayor, that they can vacate those seats, and they have 90 days to do so. And they submit that to the city clerk. City clerk puts it on the agenda, and it's a general announcement on the agenda as an information item. And so they announce their intention whether or not they're going to vacate a seat within 90 days. After the 90 days, the council member cannot act alone to vacate a seat. That's per the
So the first 90 days, the council member has the authority to vacate the seat without a vote of
newly
the
elected
city
council member has 90 days to vacate a seat.
Yeah.
Well, when you say newly elected, that doesn't include the newly re-election of a council member?
As I sit here, it says newly elected.
I think we've always, in practice, said every election cycle, council members can vacate their seats.
Yeah, because even though they're re-elected, they're still
newly elected.
newly
I agree.
elected and they're
No,
sworn in,
I agree with
et
that, but if
cetera.
that needs to be clarified, this might be a good time to do
Yeah,
that.
it's not in this ordinance section at all, so that's why it's not here. It's a different section of the ordinance. I can pull it up.
Yeah, if it needs to be clarified, now would be a good time to do it, because we're talking about this.
Okay.
So.
But it's not before us, is.
Not
the
tonight,
question.
but we could direct staff to
Yeah.
consider that when they come
I think
back.
the situation you're recalling, Mr. Madison, is the council member in question, your predecessor, attempted to remove someone unilaterally after the 90-day period had run, and was told that only the council could remove someone, and it was a longer process.
Yeah, I mean, I could argue both sides of that, because if you have, some of my colleagues talked about effectiveness. Let's provide training about effectiveness. That's great, but we probably have 9 opinions among the 8 of us about what effectiveness means. Does it mean attending the meetings, participating meaningfully and preparing for the meetings, or does it mean adhering to the directions of the council member about the matters that come before the commission? Or does it mean whatever the council member says it means in their pre-appointment interviews of the candidates? And I know the council, Michelle's very good on this to constantly remind me, certainly that it's the council making the appointment, but it's the nomination. The nominating authority in many of the instances is the district. So I kind of feel like the only one who's accountable to the voters directly is the council members. So I feel like we should have the authority to replace commissioners that are supposed to represent our district if we believe they're not. For me, it's not about the substance. I've never directed a commissioner on how to vote. I've voted the opposite way when things have come up for review. But for me personally, and I'm not imposing my philosophy on anybody, but I want people with good judgment, certain skill sets and dedication and time and participation. And can't ask more than that. Sometimes that hasn't been the case, and I've had to replace them. And I haven't come here and said, I need to replace this person. I've gone to that person and said, you need to step down, because if you're not attending the meetings, you're making the district look underrepresented and making me look bad. And they've done it each time. So, so I'm not crazy about effectiveness, because it also sounds like a lot of staff time, energy, and resources around what that is and having to get input and all. But maybe, staff could come back with what that looks like, And I do think we should make it aligned with the council members, because again, in a sense, it is the team of the nominating authority that's coming in, as these other provisions suggest. I do support keeping the operating companies different, because they're special, and 12 years sounds like a lot, but I had Fred Clare on the RBOC for many years. He ran Dodger Stadium. He was the general manager of the greatest baseball franchise in the universe, and that was just irreplaceable. That was a skill set. I was grateful to have it every month that they met. Steve Hatterline has proved similarly valuable, so it's tricky. Those are my comments, Mayor, and I'm not sure I'm helping or just making it more complicated.
Yeah, I do not, in general, like the idea of term limits. I think, people want to serve and are doing a good job, they should be allowed, but I think that ship has sailed, as they say.
Yeah, I know, Mayor, I'm so sorry, but I have one other thing that I wanted to mention.
Sure.
Like my senior commissioner, she sits on the senior commission. I'm just not gonna go to her and say, you're aged out of the senior commission, I want her, as long as she continues to bring wisdom and perspective to that commission, so it's tricky.
Yeah, I agree. Some of the, well, in reference to the training, all of the above that you mentioned, with the exception of telling commissioners how to vote. I mean, we are elected to exercise sound judgment on behalf of the people we represent when they can't be here. And that's the same approach I take to appointing a commissioner is, and I tell them, look, you are free to exercise your sound judgment on behalf of residents and myself when you're sitting in that capacity. And I think that's the best approach. That's how we get the best policy recommendations. I followed up with, I may not agree with everything, and, I may vote to, and we have, to overturn a decision. But in the first instance, the benefit of having commissioners and commissions is to charge them with exercising sound, independent judgment. Otherwise, we're just repeating ourselves by, doing the work here and there, telling people how to vote. I don't support that one bit. So the training, all of that I'm good with, but we absolutely should not be tipping the scale on what we're calling an independent assessment of issues that then come before the council, particularly on quasi-judicial matters. legislative and quasi-judicial matters, but particularly on quasi-judicial matters, where we sit as essentially judges in a due process proceeding. So, Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Cole.
Thank you. I'll be brief. With respect, the operating companies are certainly have a complex charge, and I find it difficult to believe it's more complex than the charge we have. And the voters have decided that 3 terms is sufficient here, so I think 3 terms is sufficient there. And we should parallel our structure. We have recognized that they're different by making 4-year terms instead of 3 for the other commissions. Funny enough, I do think the parking place commissions are different than anything else because they're so, it's such a narrow constituency that can be appointed because it's a subpopulation of the business improvement district. There are 3 of them. There's 1 for each of the business improvement districts, and they are incredibly difficult to appoint. So I actually probably would strike those from this. But everything else I would mirror our term limits.
Mr. Cole?
I'll be brief as well. I don't care whether the term limits are 4 years, 6 years, 12 years, 24 years. I just want them to be consistent. That's all, and to enforce them. And so if council members want to offer different ones, and if we don't want to have on a particular commission any term limits, I'm okay with that too. Just what I'm uncomfortable with is kind of a term limit for most people when we want to, and not have term limits for people when we think. So either way, either we have no term limits, or we have longer term limits, or we have more terms, but let's just be consistent across the board.
Why don't we?
And the second point,
I'm sorry,
to Mr. Madison's point about effectiveness, I don't know where you would think that the training would be about towing the line with your council member. I know that a lot of people have never served on a deliberative body with other people. Many of the people do bring that experience. They've served on a commission before, or they have served on a nonprofit, or they've served in some other city in a similar function. But many of our commissioners, many talented people, show up and they don't get any help about how to frame a motion, when to, how to be effective. And I think that our more experienced commissioners could provide that training, right? Some of the people that have served for effectively could be the ones to kind of give the tips and pointers to how to be effective, and that will improve the effectiveness. I know that our staff has sometimes been frustrated by a well-intentioned person who's basically clueless about their role. And so that's my hope, is the effectiveness training. And I'm perfectly comfortable with your suggestion, Mr. Madison, that staff come back to us so that, if there's any concerns about that, that we vet that. But I just think we throw a lot of people into the deep end of the pool without much of a life raft.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the training. I think, some people need to understand the procedural matters. I smile to myself, Mr. Cole, because you were on the Planning Commission, and you'd come back from being city manager, city council, and this is not a criticism, but you're used to handling matters a certain way, and I think there was an adjustment period for you and for the commission. And again, well-intentioned, and you did a great job, but there is a sort of a reminder of roles that need to occur for all of us, Mr. Lyon?
Let me try making a motion.
Oh, if you were going to make it a motion, let me, it sounds like there's some issues that may still be outstanding. Do we want to make a motion now, or do we want to send it back to get clarity? I think the issue of training is an important one. The issue of term limits. I'm not a big fan of term limits. I think particularly for.
I'm for making a motion. I'm
Okay.
going to make a motion now, I think, and we'll see what
We'll
happens.
see what happens.
So I would move that we establish a maximum of 3 4-year terms for members of the operating companies, a maximum of 3 3-year terms for the other commissions, no term limits for the parking commissions associated with the bids, training within 90 days, and any commissioner can remain for 180 days after their expiration, at which time their term expires.
I will second that and offer two friendly amendments. For the people that have been on for a long time, can we make it the 180 days effective July 1st? So we would have.
Yes,
some
July 1st, 2026.
Yeah, so that the people who've been on a long time will have a little bit more running room to replace them.
Accepted?
And is the language that I suggested about effectiveness?
The language you suggested for that tweak in the ordinance.
You'd have to give a
Accepted.
definition of a long time.
Their term is already expired, so before 2026. There are people whose term expires in July 1st, 2026. They would have 6 months from July 1st.
So
For people
everyone
whose-
who's expired sort of expires on July 1st, 2026, and that 180 days applies to every expired term
Now,
So effectively, they would be done on January 1st.
through the end of the year.
Yes.
Yeah. For every pre-expired term, and those that expire this year.
and so is the intent to also apply this to, so you're exempting parking?
Yes, because I am convinced, having had to appoint it, as you
Yeah.
have, that
The tough one.
it just are a different beast, because they're so particular to the district.
How about, and we're exempting the nominees of, for example, the hotels at PCOC and the tournament. I am worried about the impact to PCOC as well as to the RBOC, because those are really specialized in terms of, you don't have, Planning Commission has, planning matters. At RBOC, it's a combination of market conditions, stadium improvements, renovation, operations, golf, and finding people who have those qualifications has been difficult for.
There is-
Understood. Again, I think with it's complex. Having served on the planning commission, it may be more complex than
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Sure.
But
I'm sure it is.
I don't think it's more complex than what we do, and that's a good guide. What the voters have set for us is a good guide for how we should look at this. So I think 3 4-year terms is sufficient. That's the motion. Anyway, we'll see if other people agree.
Just a part of the motion, would you be amenable to 3 years across the board for everyone instead of 4 years for the operating committees and 3 years for the commissioners?
I think if we were going to do it across the board, I would lean toward 4 across the board for paralleling ours,
The
exactly.
reason I was saying that is because if we're gonna parallel ours, it gives an opportunity for more residents while someone's in their term to have an opportunity to serve on a commission. For example, if I am here for 12 years, right, I'd only have one commissioner the whole entire time I'm in office. The purpose of this was to have more, at least that's how I saw it, the reason why they were 3-year terms, was to have more engagement from
Turnover.
community members and have turnover in the commissions. That's what I thought, but
So personally, I wouldn't be opposed. I think I don't accept it as a friendly amendment because I'm trying to bring us all together. And I know that there's already the concern about the operating companies. So I would go that direction, but probably not the other way.
and then.
But I hear you.
Yeah, thank you. And then the one thing I would mention as a member of the PCOC, we do have a position on the PCOC that you have to be a business owner within the PCOC area. And that is really hard. You have to be, not business owner, you have to be a property owner within the PCOC catchment area. And that is a really hard one to point.
So I don't know how many of those there are, but those seats that are specific to a very narrow population, I think we should look at not having term limits for those because they're difficult, but I don't know, we would need to identify them.
Well, the hotel seats, for example, on the PCOC, are, dedicated to hoteliers, but not all of them live in Pasadena, and that makes it difficult. So, let's suggest that we exempt those for now, ask the committee to, look at it a little bit closer and come back to us.
So,
Those
yeah, I'm fine with
specialized-
carving out the business-specific seats. Okay, great. We'll add that to the motion.
So for
Sort of
clarification.
Industry-specific seats, so the
Right.
hotel seats, are there others? Let's just cover it now.
Parking, well,
Parking.
we would go through the code and look. 'cause
Okay,
I'm not-
so those were somebody has to get appointed from
Similar
a,
to
from
that.
a narrow subpopulation?
Right.
That's where that should go.
And so is this to go back to the Ledge Policy Committee or come straight back to
No,
the
it should
council?
come straight back here.
Okay.
That's the
fine.
motion.
Okay, Mr. Madison?
Yeah, so I'm troubled by the motion, and let me just explain why. I think, first of all, the 3 or 4 year thing, I think it's confusing, and then we start adding in this patchwork of other exceptions based on our own. If all 8 of us did that, we'd have 8 more commissions or something. It should be transparent and clear what we're doing. I'm also troubled that we're the nominating authority for many of these appointments, but we'll be 4 years, they'll be 3. So that'll mean that as our own term limits kick in, you'll have probably a number of relatively new commissioners that will no longer have the council member who appointed them. What does that look like? I just think alignment is the best policy. It's simple. It matches the nominating authority. You don't have to remember the formula or what have you. So I really strongly prefer that. The other thing is, right now, we have 56 commissioners who would be forced out in a matter of months by this motion. And that's against the total of 127 seats. So you're talking about cashiering overnight, almost half the commissioners, including a lot of the most experienced ones. And I understand that, and I was one early on that said we should be rule followers. If we have term limits, we should comply with them. We've had that conversation at the Ledge Policy Committee. But I think we've kind of painted ourselves into a corner here now, where if we fire 56 commissioners out of 127, a lot of the institutional memory and experience, all the things we're going to try to train all the new ones for, is going to be even harder. And there are 32 vacancies right now. So that would suggest we have a problem here, and it's not that people are staying on, it's that we're not filling the seats and keeping good circulation. So when you add the 32 vacancies to the 56 that we would fire in July, that's 88 out of 127. I mean, it's just going to completely hollow out the system of resident citizen commissions in Pasadena.
There aren't 127 commissioners. Those are the ones on the list whose eligibility is coming up. This is not an exhaustive list of all the commissioners in the city.
Total seats that you appoint is between 250 and 275.
Okay, well, that's good to know. But then that also, are all the vacancies here?
This sheet is just vacancies.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what you mean.
So members who are not expiring in
Yeah.
June 30 of 26 are not on this list. They have dates in the future, 27, 28, 29.
Okay. And everyone who's coming up on a lack of eligibility under the current policy is listed here.
Not exactly. This is just the vacancy list. It's not tied to the code that's presented to you today.
Okay. Even if it were true that there are 250 and we're firing 88, or we're firing 56, that's a significant number. And then you add the vacancies and you're kind of facing the same situation. So I could support 4 years across the board so that we're aligned. I do think the operating companies have a policy justification to have longer. And then I think we've got to come up with some more sensible way to deal with the ones that are already, not eligible by staggering that or by giving them, what we did with ourselves, by the way, and people pay attention to this, is we started the clock over for ourselves in terms of what we put on the ballot, so that there's no term limit heretofore. Now, it's a different situation because we didn't have term limits before, and on the books, we do for commissioners right now. But still, it seems like a cliff that we don't need to throw 56 commissioners off of if we don't have to. Maybe it could be a year or 2 years. Maybe it could relate back to how long they've been sitting and all that. But I just think this training, that's all the people that are working for the city doing the training, that's all they're going to be doing if we're going to appoint 88 new commissioners, in July.
Just as a point of fact, Mr. Madison, if we go to 3-year terms, they would be eligible. Most of these people are coming to the end of 2 3-year terms. If we go with the motion, which is 3 3-year terms, virtually everyone here whose term has not expired in the past would be eligible for yet another 3-year term.
Yeah, I think that 3 years is problematic for the other reasons that I mentioned.
But then it would be a total of 9 years. But you're right, there's a difference in.
And I would just mention, you mentioned the word firing, and I know you didn't mean it in the technical sense.
No, I did.
Oh, because they're not employees, so they would be removed from the commission. They wouldn't be fired,
Fair.
technically.
But it's not going to feel like that to them. You might have some really outstanding performers who've stayed on because they've been asked to stay on.
Right. And I'm just confirming so someone won't think, oh, I'm an employee and I should be given certain rights, et cetera.
They're not employees, except in a couple of maybe
Right.
exceptions, yeah.
Yeah, I just continue to believe that this is a solution in search of a problem. We appoint them, and every, we.
Or fail to.
Well, we nominate, and so if someone has a nomination, it's considered here at council and then acted upon. The problem is we're not appointing. The problem is, finding people to nominate who are willing to work, and then having individual council members who have the nomination authority to nominate them here for the council to act. I don't recall us rejecting any nominee of a council member. And I think, we are, we always say we want to bring people in and have them be a part of the process, and particularly people with very specific skills. Then we get them here, and obviously, again, individual council members have the authority to nominate and replace. Everyone that's here that says not eligible, every vacancy, someone has the authority to nominate. And so the question is, why is that not happening? That's the question it's not a rhetorical question, it's a question for all of us. So I think, we're going to, just the planning commission alone, 4 members would automatically come off.
I think there are folks in the queue, Mayor.
So.
That's not accurate, Mayor. They would all be eligible for yet another 3-year term.
Yeah, every single
Well,
one.
I correct, after that though, after.
Every single one of them. So
Right.
no one's coming.
After the 3-year term is what I meant.
Sorry, can I just clarify that?
Well,
So-
there are people in the queue, but this is the third time around first.
No,
Yeah.
I know,
So
but
I have
it's
the right to.
complicated. This is
Maybe you're
complicated legislation.
So I
Is
didn't put myself in the queue because I waited for everyone else.
And I just,
But
consistent with our practice, I'd like to ask a clarifying question.
Sure.
So would all the commissioners, whatever their date of appointment and eligibility or not, receive an additional term under this proposal?
No.
Only the ones that are still within the new term limit period would. Yeah, I think that's just inequitable to extend some but not the others. So that's just my view.
yeah, Ms. Rivas,
Yes.
or Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think there is a real problem we're trying to address, is that we, on paper, have term limits, but in practice don't, or do sometimes when we feel like it, or sometimes it's just not clear. So I think the driving goal is to have actual term limits that are fairly and equitably enforced across the board. That's at least how I've viewed this. And I think we're seeing tonight how difficult it is to accomplish that, because we each have very different opinions on how best to accomplish that, or maybe some don't agree that that is a good goal. And so there's a reason why it went to Ledge Paul 3 times and why we're going around in circles again tonight. I'm supportive of the motion with the amendments. I'd be supportive of also having 4 years across the board. That would be fine with me. I just don't think we're ever going to arrive at a solution that satisfies us all perfectly, but I think the proposal tonight, it gets pretty close to the mark for most of us. So I would hope that we can all support it. And, you know, these aren't set in stone. We can adjust as necessary if needed, if we realize in a couple years that there are issues. And I'm not afraid of a large number of vacancies happening all at once. I think, if anything, that's probably a good thing. Those are folks who have more than served their terms, and now that's homework for us to go out and find new commissioners with new perspectives, new experiences to share and contribute to our city. So I want to thank staff again for listening to all of this for many, many months now, and to Councilmember Lyon for really trying to focus us in and try to hopefully reach a consensus tonight. And if not, I guess we can keep trying, but I'm hopeful that we can reach a consensus tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'll be brief. You know, I do object to the language of firing people. They're not employees of the city. You're not entitled to serve. It is for all of us an honor and a privilege, and we all serve at the pleasure of someone. For us, it's the voters, and for them, it's the council member, at least when they're appointed. They're not being fired. And the fact that we have literally dozens who are beyond their terms is certainly not a reason to continue that failing of council members to carry out part of their job. When mine come open, we actively go out and recruit until we find people to come up. And sometimes that takes a while. I have one that I'm still working to recruit for, but usually I fill the seats. It's also not literally overnight that these people are going. It is February 9th, 2025, and we're creating a provision that allows them to serve to January 1st, 2026. I sort of imagine that in those nearly 11 months, we'll have time to smooth this in. And also, there are people with other stages of and degrees of leadership who will continue to serve. And so it's not as if everybody's going to be newly appointed to the commissions. I think we'll survive it just fine. But in the interest of bringing us all together, I think I might be losing my friend, Councilmember Hampton here, but I think if you're okay with it, I think I would propose moving to 3-4-year terms across the board. And calling it that. That seems to be where we're the closest to bringing us together for a compromise.
I actually am with Mr. Hampton on that one.
Maybe I'm
but
wrong.
I do
I'm good
take
either way.
Mr. Madison's point, and I'm willing to go in his direction on if someone has not yet served 9 years. That they could be reappointed even if their term expired last year, right? If they'd served 6 years last year, and that we'd have to reappoint them. We would have to fill the remaining time that they have left. That's what I would. So that's.
Could you repeat the motion?
I think that part of what Councilmember Madison was asking for was more clarity in the system.
Okay.
I think that the 3-4 years will also accomplish what you want to do. If they haven't served 12 now, they get to stick around for a bit.
Could you repeat the motion?
Can you accept that amendment?
Let's see where the votes are on your original motion.
One clarifying question before you restate your motion. Now, the council also appoints members of this body to other bodies. Looking at 1, 2, 4, 3. And so we're saying council appointees, and so are these rules going to apply to us going to other bodies as well?
No, and those bodies have their own provisions, or at least
Typically do, yeah. Where this is commissions.
No.
Our city commissions.
No, RBOC, PCOC.
Okay.
Development Board, et cetera.
Yeah.
So we're already termed,
Right.
right? Our voters termed us, so.
Well, so that's the
We
question.
could serve as long as the council is willing to let us serve.
Yeah,
Or
that
as
will
the
be,
long-
that will be self-governing by our own term limits.
Well, that probably needs to be clarified in the motion, but
I think it's clear in the ordinance.
I want to say, I'll withdraw my comment about firing. When enough people who you respect so much think you're wrong, you should do some introspection. So I withdraw that, and I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression to anybody. And I also apologize. I had July 1, 2025 in my head. But if it's July 1, 2026, I agree. That gives us an off-ramp that's adequate.
And then
So-
180 days.
And I think I could support the motion with the 4 years. Yeah.
So let's see what the motion is.
Okay, so where it stands now, because I don't have a second, so the motion was the operating companies serve. I'm repeating the motion.
Okay, thank you.
And it's the motion from before, because unless somebody else wants to get in on a second, I don't know. Maybe we'll bring in a minute. So the operating companies are 3 4-year terms. The other commissions are 3 3-year terms, except for the bid parking commissions, which have no limit, and the industry-specific seats on commissions also have no limits. Training to occur in 90 days, and commissioners can continue to serve for 180 days after the expiration of their term, at which time it will sunset at the end of 180. And that was the one he seconded. Did I get it all, or was there more?
No, that was it. You did it.
I think, I'm not withdrawing my second. I think, can you tell me, I mean, I don't want to be obstructionist here, but.
And your language.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think to not accept a friendly amendment, I still am the seconder of the motion until someone else moves to amend it. I think that would be the appropriate procedure. So, look, I am fairly open, and I appreciate Mr. Madison's flexibility as well. I am not opposed to this. I prefer we're going from 6-year terms to 9-year terms. And now what is being suggested is go from 6 to 12. I think that's a lot. So I would prefer to stick with the motion. I think we should vote on the motion. I'm prepared to support Mr. Lyons' alternative if the motion does not have majority support. But I think that going from, and we are keeping the 12 years for, we're actually going from 8 years to 12 years for RBOC and PCOC and PCAC. So I think we're significantly expanding the length of time people can serve, but then we're cutting them off when that time has elapsed.
Which someday someone will explain the rationale to me, but let's go ahead. The motion that's on the table, Mr. Madison?
Yeah, so it sounds like the seconder isn't accepting the amendment, so.
So we're at 3-3 right now for the commission.
3-4. 3-3 for the commission, sorry, and 3-4 for the operating company.
That's right.
I just
where we
think,
Sorry, I apologize.
On this motion.
having withdrawn firing, now I'm going to use another word. I think that's a nightmare, just to try to keep that Rubik's Cube straight. So is there a procedure where I can move to amend the motion or make a substitute motion? But I want
Substitute motion.
Mr. Lyon to have the credit for the maker, but not me. but-
I think moving to amend is,
You've seconded it, right?
no, but
Or
he can move to amend. He doesn't have to
Yes.
substitute the whole motion if he only disagrees with one
One
element.
part?
Yeah,
Well,
move to amend that part.
What are you
But the
trying to
maker of
do?
the motion
What are you
has to
trying to
agree.
accomplish?
No, not for amendment, not, he makes an amendment, he gets a second, and then we vote
We're
on the
going to
amendment.
vote on this one way or the other. I don't know whether we should vote on the 3-4 first or the 3-3, but I think the 3-4 across the board is going to carry the day, but I don't know.
Well, this is 3-4 just for the
Let's-
operating companies.
Yeah, 3-4 for the operating company and 3-3 for the commission is
Right.
what we have now.
So it would be, Mr. Madison can make an amendment to the motion.
I don't know.
He can offer amendment, and then we vote on that.
I just think that's senseless. I mean, I won't support the 3-4 for all the reasons I've said, and.
I thought it's a
we want to
3-3 you don't support.
3-3 you don't.
Pardon?
You don't support 3-3. You support 3-4.
No, 4-4. I think
4-4.
it should be consistent both with among commissions and with.
It's not.
With the council.
So it's, you want to
The
change
appointing
the
authority.
commission from 3-3 to 3-4.
Yeah, the 3-4.
We're saying don't.
Oh, 3 4-year terms, yeah. I thought you were, your thing was 3 for the commissions and 4 for the operating companies. That's what I thought you were saying. No.
So do you need a second for your motion? I'm not unclear if you lost a second or not.
I didn't lose it,
Okay.
but I held at the 3-3. So if we,
Okay.
would you second the 3-4?
I'm good either way.
No, there needs to be an amendment. An amendment is a perfectly, I don't know why we don't ever have amendments on this.
Okay, so is there an amendment? Yeah, this is a,
I think
there an amendment
all we
or
have to do
substitute
is figure out
motion?
how to come together here. Let's vote on the motion as made and see what happens, and then we'll substitute, we'll put a new motion in. So right now,
It's
it's the one
3.
you don't like.
Yeah, and I just, again, I want to urge my colleagues that I don't think it's just that I don't like it. I think it's better policy to have a clear,
Yeah.
easily understandable, uniform.
I hear that,
So,
but I think it's understandable
we're
because
gonna
the
call
operating
the question.
companies are their own
We're
category.
going in circles now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have another
Let's just
public
vote on
hearing.
it.
So I don't intend to support the motion. I do think we should have across the board.
Okay.
Okay, so,
I'm going to try again after this.
go ahead.
On the motion, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton? No. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
No.
Councilmember Masuda?
No.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
No.
The motion fails, 4 in favor, 4 against.
So
3-3-3.
I'm going to
Let's
move
do it.
all that again, except for that the commissions, the regular commissions are also 3 4-year terms.
Okay. Is there a
That's
second?
going in the wrong direction for you, Mr. Hampton. You
Second.
just-
I know. Everybody's 3 4-year terms.
3 4-year terms.
Yeah. You're third in line, though. I'm going to try it if this doesn't go.
Okay.
So
Mayor,
you
can I-
seconded, yeah?
Seconded, yeah.
Can I
Okay.
just inquire, did we pick up the language about council appointees to any body being exempt from this? Is that included?
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't apply to us.
They're subject to their own
So
term
the same motion, except it's 3 4-year terms across the board.
Correct.
With the other caveats.
Yeah.
Can I-
Okay.
And the motion was
Roll
made
call.
by Mr. Lyon and seconded by Vice Mayor Rivas. Councilmember Cole?
No.
Councilmember Hampton? No. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
How you guys doing? So,
I think we're good either way.
There's-
I'd be prepared
Yeah.
to
We're in
shift
fine.
No.
shift my vote to a yes.
wait, so are there,
One more vote. We need your vote.
There's 2 against, 5 in favor, so.
okay, I'm going to stick with my principle of not supporting. I think it's term limits. I've said it from the beginning, particularly for residents who want to participate. So I'm going to vote no.
I
And
will
Mr.
change
Cole-
my vote to yes.
Mr. Cole is changing his vote to yes.
Wait, how come I couldn't do
You went
that?
in?
So,
Yeah.
Councilmember Hampton?
Did you
It's
mean
your
to vote
chance.
yes and voted no, or?
That's because you had announced the vote at that point. You haven't
She
announced.
did.
so there are 6 in favor, 2 against, the motion passes. And we
Yeah, I
need to
just
come back with a new ordinance, which will come back.
Yeah.
No, seriously, that's a serious question. I mean, didn't we vote and? Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it a 5-3 vote or I think it's a 5-3 vote, Mr. Cole?
If the vote hasn't been announced, the member can change their mind.
Oh, I thought it had been announced.
No, it had
Oh,
not
okay.
yet.
We were
Okay.
trying to figure
All
out
right.
what your vote was going to be.
Yeah.
You gave him time to
Yeah,
change his
yeah,
vote.
yeah. Pull that one right out of, yeah.
Thank you very much.
So item
When does this
11,
go into effect?
item 11 is being
Now we have
held.
the big item.
We will return with a first reading.
Oh,
We're on to item 9. Mayor, we're on to item 9.
Yeah, yeah. Item 9, the library.
No, this is
Oh.
the joint action of the city council and the PFA.
Oh, you're right.
To approve the certificates of participation series 2026.
And this went before the finance committee meeting today. We had a long discussion, and it's coming to us with a unanimous recommendation of the members.
Is there a motion, Mayor?
A motion, well, I'll let, Mr. Cole, do you want to make a motion?
And this is a joint action item. This is the PPFA and the city council
It comes with
acting
the-
as.
I will make the motion, yes. We're going to save the taxpayers $3 million. What is not to like?
Yes, second. Go find some more of those, please. Recommendations. And it came with unanimous recommendation.
Do you have to make disclosures now, or do you have to read something? Or that was just a finance?
No, it's in the agenda report. It's been disclosed. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. Motion and a second to approve and save $3 million. If not more. Are there any objections? Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We're on to item 10. This is authorize the city manager to amend contract number 33313 with PCL Construction Services to increase contract amount by $177,533,815 for construction manager at-risk Phase 2 construction services for the Central Library seismic retrofit and renovations project for a revised total contract amount not to exceed $186,186,155. And you're up.
Mr. Dick?
Can we get there it is. All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Greg DeVink, Public Works Director, and tonight I'm coming to do a presentation on an amendment of the contract with PCL Construction to advance the project into Phase 2. I do have a lot of people here tonight from PCL, from engineering staff, from the library. If you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me or wait till the end. What I'll be going over is the project background, Phase 1 and Phase 1A, what they both are, local business participation and workforce engagement that we've done. The CMAR is construction manager at risk, cost control, contingencies and cost savings. The GMP is guaranteed maximum price consideration for Phase 2. The next steps, the fiscal impact and recommendations. You can see some historic pictures on the right, and kind of the giveaways, the cars in the bottom right. They don't look like that anymore. On July 21 of 2025, Council authorized the city manager to enter in a construction manager at risk contract with PCL for $8.6 million. That was to complete work that we called Phase 1 and Phase 1A. Phase 1 is working with the architect team to develop a GMP, and 1A is selective demolition. Both phases contribute to the development of Phase 2, the guaranteed maximum price. I'll get a little more into that in future slides. Phase 1 and 1A didn't use any of the contract contingency, so that was the bid amount which we awarded. We added contingency, didn't use it, so we're back to the $7.8 million. Phase 1 activities is the GMP development. So that had a lot of coordination between the construction team as well as the design team led by Gruen and Associates and the mayor-appointed technical oversight committee. They worked out cost estimates for had different design milestones, constructability, logistics, phase reviews, schedule development, bid package planning, and value engineering. On the right, you can see the progress as they were going. The cork floor is all protected on the bottom. A lot of the wood millwork's been removed. There's scaffolding in the background. Phase 1A was selective demolition. We removed hazardous materials. We removed protection and cataloging of the historic elements, mostly the wood millwork, the mechanical, plumbing, and electrical systems, targeted structural investigations, and confirmation of anticipated building conditions. This really was a win-win because we're working on demolition, which has to happen in any scenario, along at the same time a parallel path of guaranteed maximum price development. So we probably knocked about 6 months off the total schedule doing this. And in doing this, a lot of the unknowns were discovered. So the GMP price is more accurate, more refined, and therefore less risky and a little bit lower. Here's some photos of work in progress. There's a tremendous amount of millwork in this building. On the left is the Great Hall looking east. On the right is historic millwork removals. So you can see a lot of the woodwork comes out in modules. A lot of times it comes off individual boards. Every single board or module has been barcoded, stored in protective crates, shipped off to a storage warehouse with climate control, so it comes back exactly the same location, and it's all mapped and goes back exactly as it was. Here's some more photos of the construction, very close to what it looks like now. The building's really thoroughly gutted out, so we have a new construction hall looking, a circulation hall looking towards the Great Hall, Centennial Room finished, removed, and the future meeting room. That's some space that space used to have 2 floors in there, very low height, like 7-foot ceilings with office space. We're gonna fill in the floor, and part of the plan is to make that a meeting room as part of the project. So I'm gonna turn it over to Brianna Weaver with PCL, who has overseen their workforce development and local hire program.
Ms. Weber, welcome.
Good evening, it's 9:30. Mayor Gordo, council and council staff, Brianna Weaver, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Manager for PCL California, leading economic impact on this incredible project. So first, I want to just talk a bit about phase 1. I would consider it the phase where we're laying a lot of the foundation for the economic impact opportunities for this project. What we focused on was first launching a citywide construction opportunity form. So this form really came from feedback that you shared, Mayor, about what it looks like to go beyond just one project and really gauge the interest and availability in the city of Pasadena for business and workforce opportunities on construction projects. So we launched that in October, and I want to give a major shout out to all of the council liaison staff as well as the Public Works Department. They really helped us get the word out, whether it was at different public desks where various residents in the city come and frequent at the city locations to different community centers specific to each of your council districts. We were able to launch that in October, and we got over 100 responses that gave us a good gauge of what the interest was and availability in the city of Pasadena and how we could find alignment opportunities for the residents and our project. So we launched that, and I would say summarize about over 20 community touch points, so inclusive of the outreach events that we hosted PCL, as well as different community events in Pasadena and Altadena. I would say a huge part of our work and effort and outreach was to do a market analysis. So we did research on identifying local suppliers, local workforce, and local trade partners. And those of which aligned based on the timing for phase 1. We moved forward with making that connection point, getting some firms pre-qualified should they decide to move forward with us, and some of them getting contracts with us for phase 1 alone. Lastly, we made sure to procure as much as possible on our phase 1. So we mentioned back in August that phase 1 wouldn't have the most amount of opportunity. It's a smaller part of the project, and that a lot of the bulk, especially for economic impact, would come in phase 2. But proud to present as of today that we were able to allocate 7% of phase 1 alone back to the local economy in Pasadena. So that's inclusive of local workforce on the project, inclusive of trade partners in Pasadena proper, as well as different suppliers and where we procured our supplies, whether it was actual lumber or if it was water that we get sourced to our project on a day-to-day basis. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. So, more to share about what we did in phase one. So, some of the key partners that helped us not only accomplish the 7% for phase one, but actually allowed us to lay some groundwork for some exciting things that are in store for phase two, should you all approve, are you all in the public works department. So, amazing team, really hands-on with getting the word out again about these opportunities as well as being out in community. Pasadena City College have something really exciting to share about that. The Flint Ridge Center in particular, as it pertains to not only identifying local workforce, but making sure that the residents in Pasadena know where to go to get workforce-related resources and training. And again, the Pasadena City Council liaisons. In addition, we made it a point to invest in community. So whether it was supporting turkey giveaways like that in Councilmember Hampton's district, or being one of the sponsors at the first annual candlelight visual for the Altadena wildfires, we've been out boots on the ground, and I've found it in particular a great opportunity to meet those individuals who want to learn more about construction but just don't know where to start. So the last thing that I'll leave off with is what's to come for phase two. So already we are anticipating that about 11 to 12% of our phase two contract spend will go back to the local economy. That's inclusive, again, of the local suppliers that we bring onto the project, trade partners, and the local workforce. Some of the highlights that I'm particularly excited about for phase two, one is launching our PCC project internship. So in partnership with the Pasadena Community College, as well as the new trades program that they just launched, we see that there's an amazing alignment opportunity for any student that is participating or learning at PCC to get hands-on education and exposure on this project in their backyard. So that's coming. We've already identified some opportunities for new careers in construction that we're excited to continue facilitating. And lastly, we're moving forward with launching our ACE Mentors chapter at the Pasadena High School. So we are moving forward with those steps, and you should see that resulting in phase two. And that concludes local economic impact. Thank you.
Okay, so we're at the point where we have a guaranteed maximum price. The guaranteed price is the cost that shall not be exceeded. GMP can only be exceeded through city authorized changes in scope or where conditions arise outside of all the assumptions defined. So we have a very thoroughly designed plan. We have all the scope, the finishes, the quality, everything we need, and we have this GMP. Separate from, well, actually included in that, we have a contractor-controlled contingency fund. You'll see it later on. It's about 3% of the price. And that, if we spend it, doesn't affect the GMP. We don't need more money. It's already built in. It also has a shared portion at the end. With the money that's left, the city gets 60%, the contractor gets 40%. What that does is kind of contrary to the traditional way, where contractors want change orders because the jobs are more profitable. Here, it's a little bit more profitable not to spend all the contingency money because they will get 40% for not doing additional work, which is typically more than the markup would be on work. So it incentivizes everybody to save money. And then separate from that is a much larger owner-controlled contingency. It's about 10%. And that is at our discretion, and all of that money unspent comes back to the city, and it's also included in the GMP. So getting into the numbers, phase 1 and 1A was 7.8 million. Contingency wasn't used at all, so it goes back. And then we have the direct cost of work. PCL has been issuing RFPs to many, many subs in three different tranches, they call it, batches of scopes of work that they've been getting bids and refining it. The general conditions is PCL's cost to really do the job. It's their labor, their management, their support staff, trucks, the trailers they rent, temporary fence, utilities, all that stuff. CMAR overhead and profit is the money they're going to make for successfully completing this library and delivering it to us. This is a private venture. Insurance and bonds, that's their bid bond and the performance bond. It is Close to 2.7%. It's kind of in the realm of a normal range for this type of bonding. And then at the bottom, we have the CMAR contingency that'll be split, 4.7. You can see the owner's contingency is 16 million. And then builder's risk and parking. This project has big numbers for many reasons. It's a big project, but it also goes on a long time. So parking is about $380,000, just that element. You don't really realize how much money has to go into all these items. At the bottom, it says administration, inspection, and testing are not represented. You'll see that in a future slide. Okay, proceeding to phase 2. So council right now has a couple options. Staff is recommending the first one, that you accept this GMP and authorize the city manager to award an amendment to PCL. Second, we can discuss the scope, design, schedule, and how we can make changes that would add money, subtract money, make it longer, shorter, change the scope. That's always at our discretion. We feel we have a complete project now, so we don't recommend that. Council can terminate the agreement entirely and go with the next CMAR proposal. We got 4 when we did the process. We interviewed 4. PCL was quite a fairly strong number 1 in that recruitment, but we can go solicit someone else. Or we can throw this all out and go to our traditional method. This is what we described when we first tried to get permission to even use the CMAR process. We're not forced to do it. The downside to that is we would be not starting from scratch, but starting with new bidders who need a lot of time. We have a lot of expert knowledge that PCL has over the other bidders, and it just puts everything at a risk. We won't have a guaranteed price. So that's the advantages of the CMAR would be lost, but it is an option. On the right, you can see more gutted rooms, different areas of the library. It's fairly clean now. Proceeding to phase 2. So if you award or agree to authorize the manager to amend the contract, we will issue a notice to proceed, and PCL will proceed with finalizing all their subcontract procurements. And PCL and the city will continue to implement local business participation and workforce engagement. It says current oversight, coordination, and reporting, but it's what we've done to date. So we've had regular coordination meetings for project updates conducted between city staff, PCL, and the design team. We've had meetings with the technical oversight committee, the mayor-appointed group, to go over project scope, schedules, cost development. We've presented to them 3 different times with PCL on board. The Technical Oversight Committee did issue a letter. It should be an attachment to your package tonight, supporting the recommendation of staff. And then ongoing, moving forward, the Technical Oversight Committee will receive monthly updates and periodic site access tours, which they're very excited about. We will give updates to Finance Committee and Council, quarterly updates, so I will be talking to you more often if we do this. General public will have access to a frequently updated Progressive website, giving updates of what's going on. Project milestones, should we proceed, we will actually be ready to get into phase 2 construction this month. We're ready to go. You can see the schedule is not end to start on each task. They overlap. But these are the dates roughly of structural work, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, interior finishes, site work, landscape, commissioning and closeout. And even commissioning and closeout, you'll notice it's very long, but different trades finish at different times, so they get closed out differently. And then substantial completion, July 31. The next slide is a pictorial image of a progress bar, very simplistic, but you can see where we are today. We've got some construction done. That was phase 1A, selective demolition. And then move-in is pretty significant at the end. We have to put in over 300,000 books in the right place on new shelves. That's an awful lot to do. But it includes moving in furniture, computers, setup, a lot of work. So here's the summary from phase 1, very briefly. We did award it with a contingency. We didn't use it. We're back down to 7.8 million. Another picture of progress inside. Phase 2, is looking at it slightly differently because we have all these items. But at the bottom, we have the contingency, we have the allowance, which is the, I forgot what that was already, going back, sorry. That is builder's risk insurance and parking at the 1.1 million. But then we have the GMP number, 1.78 million. That's the amendment that they can't exceed, as well as the original, including the original amount, brings them up to 1.86. That's phase 1, 1A, phase 2, and the allowances. The total project summary, 7.8 phase 1, 1.78 contingency and phase 2. Then the administration testing and inspection. It's a very simplified way of describing something that's $8 million, an awful lot of money. That $8 million is made up of, sorry. There's over $2 million in fixtures, furnishing, and equipment. It's all the furniture, another couple $100,000 for servers for the Do-It. We have about over $3 million back to Gruen to provide construction administration through the whole phase. It has our in-house labor towards this project. So it does add up to a lot of different things. I think that's it. So I'm at the finish line. The project is fully funded by the Measure PL 195 million bond. There's no impact to the general fund. Here's some renderings of when it's done. It's all shiny, looks kind of similar to when we started, but structurally sound. And our recommendation, so find that this is exempt from CEQA and authorize the city manager to amend the contract with PCL to add $177 million from their initial 8.6, although we didn't use that contingency, to a total of $186,186,155. And we have a slide at the end for public to scan and website to find out more information on the project. With that, that's the end of this presentation, and we'll take questions. We do have engineering staff, PCL staff. We can answer a big variety of questions for you.
Thank you. A lot of work's been done. Thank you to your department, to, of course, our engineering staff, and PCL and all staff that's been involved for all the hard work. Mr. Jones, followed by Mr. Hampton, then Mr. Cole, and Mr. Masuda.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Greg, for your presentation. I had the opportunity to go out there with Teo. I saw him earlier today, but to tour the project site, and it's looking really good. I just had a few quick questions about local hire and local business procurement. The first one is for phase 1, out of that 7.8 million, how many Pasadena residents were hired, and then what certain percentage or how much dollars went towards local Pasadena businesses and local procurement?
So roughly a little south of 500,000 out of that 7.6 million for phase 1. I'm happy to pull that report for you. I don't want to give you a number out the gate for the local residents or local hires on the project, so I can get that over for you. But in totality, that figure,
500,000 went towards local procurement and local hire?
yeah, so our economic impact is inclusive of local suppliers, trade partners, and workforce.
And you don't know how many residents were hired on the project?
I'll get that for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I guess I bring that up because when I toured the project site, I asked the foreman out there, and he said there was 0. And then he pointed towards a bicycle, and he said that he thinks that this person rode their bike in locally. And to me, that's concerning that, this is a project that, of course, it's to preserve our library. We've all studied in the Central Library, especially if you were raised here. However, this is an economic opportunity for our community.
Absolutely.
And it's an opportunity for folks to obviously get employed, to work on a project that they could be proud of in their own community. it's the same issue with the 710, I think, when we'll get to that discussion later throughout the year. But also for local business owners to be able to either supply procurement on the project or, I don't know, whatever the subcontracting opportunities are. I think it's imperative that, it seems like that 7%, 7.8, 500,000, about 7 million. So that seems to be 7%, but your goal is 11 to 12%. So
Right. So sorry. Don't
no, go ahead.
Yeah, so in August, right, we talked about how phase one wouldn't have the most ample amount of opportunities compared to phase two, partially or hugely, I should say, because of the complexity of phase one. We're essentially laying the foundation to still preserve this structure while literally preparing to lift it up many feet above the ground, right? So we talked about how especially for the local craft worker and the specialty contractors that we would need, we probably wouldn't see that resulting in phase one. However, we still took the opportunity to partner with the city, to partner with Public Works, to partner with the library and the communications department with the city to put that survey together and get it out, because we needed to find whomever could align. If they aligned for phase one, great, we followed up. If not for phase two, then we have them on our radar to continue engaging with. We did have our most recent outreach event at the Flint Ridge Center. That was less than 2 weeks ago. And we had a packed house inclusive of graduates, Pasadena residents that are graduates of the Flint Ridge MC3 training program, as well as local residents who are in construction or interested in construction to come meet us directly, meet our team, which many of the folks you see in this audience were also there, and learn about how to get on the project. One thing that I was really excited to see happen by way of this outreach was that we had a young woman who was interested in administrative work. Now, when you think of construction, you don't think of administrative work, but we do need admin support, right? And so it perfectly aligned because we had our lead superintendent there who has been saying, hey, we're going to need someone who can do this admin work on site, giving me that heads up to look for that person. And so those are the touch points that we were able to make not only at that event, but our first outreach event in May prior to when we got approval for the project, as well as the several touch points where we did initiate handing out that survey and connecting with individuals in all of your districts. So our biggest goal here was not to come in with assumptions, but really to create a wide cast net of whoever's interested, whether you're a worker or interested in working on the project, a local business or supplier, that one, here are the requirements and what we're looking for and the expectations. Two, we're here and available to partner with you. And one of our greatest partners is the Chamber of Commerce, Pasadena Chamber of Commerce, ensuring that all of the entities where folks who are, whether they're workers or businesses congregate, know about our project, know about us, and know that we're accessible.
No, that's a excellent response, but I still think that there's probably some opportunity for local employees to be engaged in the phase one opportunity. I believe what I toured was phase one, and it seemed like there were a lot of opportunity, job classifications that local people could have done. I'm just not sure of the complexity that you're describing to say that there is these complexities and these job classifications that our own local residents couldn't have done.
Yeah, I think a good start would be to get the classifications you're referencing, because I can certainly walk you through what the cases were for those, but I'd like to be able to get that information to give more insights.
Yeah, and it looks like this gentleman. Yeah.
So with the phase one scope going on, as we mentioned, it was mostly soft demolition, right? And abatement. It's a lot of things are coming out. Nothing's really going in. There isn't much.
You have to
material that
identify
was
yourself
being
for the
purchased.
record, sir.
What's that?
You have to identify yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do that. My name is Eric Hernandez, PCO Senior Superintendent. I've been involved with this project from the beginning, from the minute it went on pursuit. I joined the team. We built the schedule together. We created the logistics plan. I was on the interview myself, and I'm here now, hopefully trying to get this thing kicked off and going, right? So, kind of to answer that question about the local hire in phase one, there's a lot of abatement. We specifically teamed up with Miller Environmental because that is a company that has the proper training to abate materials, and most of the scope was abatement. So all of those crews were specifically trained in abatement, trying to find somebody who has that training and has gone through that kind of, with that background is very limited. It's a very...
There's no resident in Pasadena, you're saying, that has that training and background?
They may, like Brianna said, we're gonna get the list and see who was out there. but that leads to why there wasn't that many. And what we're doing with these outreach programs, we're getting everything set up. We have 4 individuals already lined up. As soon as this gets kicked off, whether it's by the end of this week or next week, we will be hiring at least 4.
I'm wondering if rather than getting into the weeds here, we send this to either municipal services or Ed Tech to get a report on.
I just had one quick more question. So are the bid packages going to be structured intentionally to allow like small local firms to complete?
I think Larry will have more information on how the bid packages are structured.
Hey guys, I'm Larry Rhodes, pre-construction manager for the project. Yes, so the bid packages are structured to include local businesses. So we've done a huge outreach events, as Brianna mentioned, to get more local businesses. And then we've structured large big packages that have breakouts, excuse me, and what we call carve-outs for small and local businesses to work under those larger subtrades. So these outreach events that we've held, we have actually had major subcontract partners come to also include small businesses that can work under them as well.
I appreciate that. And Mayor, I think Brianna and her team are doing a great job, but I think to the invisible city manager that's not here, I do think that we need to have someone in our city that's really tracking the local hire and the local business procurement on the Central Library project, on any other city project as well. And so I think either it's got to be a full-time city employee who has that task, or maybe a task force that's put together to help track it. But I do think that I don't want this to be a missed opportunity, because we've seen too many times on projects where we have these local hire targets, these local procurement targets, and then, we're bumping up against the last minute where we're not meeting these numbers. And I think this is a great opportunity for residents in our community, for local businesses, local small business owners, who oftentimes are Black and brown people who just need to get the experience, just need to get their foot in the door, just need to get the opportunity to bid, to work on a project like this, so they can take that experience and go to other locations and other cities and bid projects, and they go from a small DBE to a major firm. And I think they can start right here, and there should be no reason why they cannot start right here.
Yeah, so the point is, both on the procurement side, and I thought we did have someone on the procurement side inside of City Hall.
I think we have I don't want to name the name, but I think it's through finance or
who's specifically assigned to that task. So we should check on that. But on both procurement as well as local hire, we want this to be a shining example.
But this can't be a side job for them. This has to be, I mean, it's up to the city manager, but it's really got to be a...
Well, attention should be focused.
Yes.
Yeah. The outcome is what we're looking for. And thank you to PCL and Brianna for working with PCC. As you know, we set as a goal, well, you guys participated, you and Mr. Hampton, Mr. Jones participated on the working group that recommended to PCC that we start a training program. And that's now coming to fruition. We broke ground, and now we're going to take the next step and build it out. In the meantime, we'll be doing some work on local hire and training. Okay, Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Cole. How much time do you think you'll need, Mr. Hampton? 2 minutes?
30 seconds.
No, I don't need I might need, let's give me 4 minutes.
Okay,
Let's see if
4
I can do
minutes.
this in
Let's
4
start
minutes.
with that.
Well, I could speak for 40 minutes, but I don't know what their responses are going to be. So
let's start
4
with the
minutes
4.
for me. You can just pause me every time I'm done talking. When they respond, I don't know how long their responses are going to be. So I have a couple of questions, and prior to the meeting, I just wrote some things down, and after writing the questions down, I just came to the conclusion, I think you guys really need a local hire plan. What is your plan? Do you actually have a plan that you could present to the council along with this contract to let me know so that we could say, okay, this is good, this is not. You know, we could have our staff look at it. Your goal of 11%, or it's not even a goal, it's a target. It said in the slides, it said target. I don't know what that means. But I'm looking for, as a resident, as Councilmember Jones mentioned, you know, this is an opportunity for us to really shine on the local hire piece side of it. And the first phase, we requested reports. I haven't received a report. I haven't seen a report. I don't know if anybody else has, but you mentioned that you had reports. It'd be nice to have that information. I mean, this is kind of a, this is a major multi-million-dollar contract that we're giving to a construction company that we could bid out. We could easily bid this out as was presented today. And then within that bid out, we could ask for a local hire plan and what that structure is. I'm not suggesting that we do that today, but I do suggest that we don't sign on to this contract, or at least I can't sign on to a contract without actually having a local hire plan. And that would be my suggestion. Until we can see that plan and know what you did during phase one, we should feel comfortable with this. It's $180 million.
If I may.
196 million.
So, go ahead.
Thank you. So a few points of clarification. One, when we signed on to this project, the understanding in our agreement was a 10% commitment of local economic spend, a floor, not a ceiling. And so because that was the framework of how we started this project and essentially how it was framed, or the framework of our economic impact commitment, then our plan is adherent to that. So economic impact inclusive of hiring and workforce, in addition to suppliers and trade partners. So I defer to our partners at Public Works in terms of their expectations for our plan. But that is the plan that we have responded to. In terms of reporting, we have been submitting monthly reporting to the Oversight Committee. So happy to facilitate making sure that you all get the copies of those reports, but we have submitted those and they're inclusive of our economic impact activities and outcomes. So happy to make sure you get that, council member. And then in terms of the 11%, 11 to 12. So again, our commitment was 10%. We have obviously not started phase 2 yet, but we're already forecasting that we're going to be at 11 to 12%, if not more, right? But that's a forecast. It's based on the conversations and commitments we've gotten from our trade partners. It's based on the market analysis that we've done, and it's also based on the partnerships that we've developed in phase 1 in preparation for phase 2.
I appreciate you could restart me. I'm still on at 2. Actually, that was like 2 minutes and 7 seconds, by the way. Just letting you know.
Let's
You can
go
start me
ahead,
now.
Mr. Hampton.
So the pre-qualification for companies went out 3-4 months ago, correct? How many companies do we have pre-qualified?
We've released different bid packages and phases, so pre-qualification varies depending on when those bid packages were released.
How many have been qualified?
Are you asking how many firms have been pre-qualified?
How many local firms have been qualified already through your?
I can get that information for you.
So once again, without this information, I can't make a decision on a $200 million project. And it's getting more and more expensive as I speak. It's 196 million? Let's call it 200 million. $200 million project without having the plan and also knowing what has already transpired. Because right now it's not contractual.
Your point is made. Let's turn to
pause.
Yeah, so I could speak about the plan. So I handle a lot of the financials with the project and the financial plan. And included in that plan is our local business participation, right? So our budget plan has an entire local business part of that plan. That includes local suppliers, local workforce hires, local companies. And we have those percentages already figured. And we already have those suppliers and those companies figured out who they're going to be. Through the pre-qualification and the bid package process, we develop what we call a bid package plan. It's part of our contract. Within that bid package plan outlines how we're going to meet and exceed our local business requirements, how we're going to pre-qual and identify local businesses to be part of the project. And then that matches up with the percentages that we are planning for the phase 2 construction.
Thank you.
And that's the 10 to 11%.
That is correct. That's how we got to that number, yes.
Okay.
So those are my comments. There's a lot
Thank
more
you.
information I think I need.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Next is Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Madison.
I share the concerns of my colleagues who've spoken before me, Mr. Jones and Mr. Hampton. I particularly share the concern that we don't have on our side a program that PCL can plug into, that we're putting all of the responsibility on PCL. And as, you know, they're getting 186 million, they should bear their share of responsibility. But I think we would get more success if we had someone continuously at City Hall working to coordinate these things so that that we could help them help themselves and help us and help our community. The question I wanted to pose, we're going to spend $186 million on this contract, another $9 million, nearly $9 million on everything else above it, including putting the books back and all that, right? And that gets us to 99.75% of the total budget for this project, because we've already paid with grants for the design. That means we value engineered this within $452,000. So what do we give up in the value engineer? And that may have been perfectly reasonable things to give up. But when we value engineered this project, what, if anything, material did we either leave out or go a less expensive route? Because for this to come within 0.23% of the total package, somebody was sharpening their pencil pretty carefully, as we would expect. But we made a promise. What's the outcome?
Turn to Mr. DeVink. Mr. DeVink was.
We did, through Gruen and PCL, get a list of some value engineer options that at the moment we haven't elected to take them yet. This, as they were developing the GMP early on, was higher than our budget, and it slowly came down to budget as they were refining their bids, getting more details. It got closer and closer and closer to where we finally have an accurate number. And then there's a little bit of tolerance in the contingencies that we're sharing. So we kept 10% contingency for us. They have a 3% contingency, it's 3 point something that kind of brought it close to the budget. And then we also, from the total budget, 195 million, we did back out funding for Gruen, for servers, for furniture, all that stuff. It was interesting just a few months ago, we were getting these updates from PCL where all their trades are coming in at, and it kept getting refined, and they kept saying, this is how it happens. They get, the price slowly drops down as they refine their bids and finalize all their contracts and get through all their negotiations. And it just, I think really we had hired private professional cost estimators for this, and then it really happened, and they're spot on, it seems. Now, there is contingency money in here.
Sure.
That was always planned for, but the prices did slowly trickle down to get us under where we really needed to be and to be comfortable.
Well, that's extremely reassuring, and I appreciate that clarification, because it's not clear what, if any, value engineering had been done, and you're basically saying we have not had to make significant compromises.
Not yet.
Mr. Cole, how much more time do you think you'll need just to try?
15 seconds.
Okay, perfect.
I'm excited about this. I think it's incredibly good news. I am prepared to support my colleagues to hold this off for 2 weeks until we can see a plan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Masuda. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Madison. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report, all. I just have 3 or 4 quick items. One is I know we have to do it like this, but when you read the staff report and the agenda item, it looks like we're increasing a contract by $177 million. And that's technically true, but we should bear in mind that we're messaging to the public about this project, and perhaps we could add the words within the allocated budget so far. Number two, I'm a little worried about the contingent arrangement. It seems to me there's a moral hazard there because contingencies do arise. And I suppose it's how you look at it. I mean, if there's a need for additional spending that we determine as we go, essentially that contingency fund means that for 60 cents on the dollar, the city gets the work done, correct?
Correct.
So I'd hate to create a situation where the contractor's incentivized to turn away from utilization of the contingency because they get 40%. And that also seems like a high amount in a public contract. Is that standard? I truly don't know.
I've seen 60/40 in prior CMAR jobs I've done with Santa Monica.
Okay.
And then I don't think the incentive is so strong that they avoid doing necessary work. We have a very sharp, tight, defined scope of work, and they need to comply. We have inspectors privately contracted. We have inspectors from the architect team. We have our own city inspectors. We're going to make sure everything's compliant with plans and specs as we expect it to be.
And you think that those contractual terms cover the contingencies and would take off the table any sort of discretionary looking the other way or not?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep talking about that because again, I think there's a moral hazard there, plain and simple. Number three, I'm a little nervous about postponing anything. If we did kick this down the road for 2 weeks, I mean, we can have you come back in 2 weeks with the plan, but I'm not sure. Are we contemplating rejecting this or using one of the other options? I don't think so. And I want to toe the line on that July 31, 2028 completion date. So would 2 weeks of delay the work on the project?
I'd have to phrase it this way. This meeting approval is on the critical path of the schedule.
My support would be
just
for moving forward, but having a plan come back to us coextensively with moving forward on the project. Because we've got a big event happening in Pasadena in the summer of 2028. Be good to come in ahead of time on this and showcase our new library for the whole world. Those are my comments. Thank you.
So will you not be working for 2 weeks if we don't approve the,
They will be assembling a local hire plan for you,
for
but
2 weeks?
they don't have a
They already
contract
have
to
one, though.
proceed. Phase 2 will not start, no. We won't issue a notice to proceed. We can't.
I see.
So with regard to the local hire, I do think we need a strong local hire plan at the same end procurement, including small contractors. But, again, we have to do it in a thoughtful manner that allows the project to proceed. I do like the idea of putting in a mandate going forward with the approval tonight to make sure we stay on that critical path, and putting in a mandate that says you will come back and the council will approve a local hire, local procurement and contractor policy that will be incorporated into the project. I think that's a comprehensive way of ensuring, giving ourselves assurances that the plan will be in place, will be utilized, and determined by this council.
And Mayor, and to get the city manager's thoughts and I guess his direction on someone internally within the city that's able to track this effort and, obviously other city-funded projects for local hire and local procurement, whether it's assigning someone these additional tasks and responsibilities or it's requesting extra position. I mean, obviously it's at your discretion.
Yeah, and my thoughts on that, we have, I have Prentice Diedrich who works on this quite a bit. and has been working on centralizing that within the Division of Economic Development, which is within the city attorney's office. I need to look into, where we are on that project. I believe they have what I think they call it LCP tracker, and they have things they've been working on. But we could include that in our report if we come back, as I'm hearing the council direct us. I think there is a plan to get us. There's a 10% requirement. There's an estimation that will be at 11 to 12% after market research and analysis. I think we could do a better job presenting all that to you and getting your stamp of approval on that. And at the same time, we can look at and talk about internal resources needed to make sure that the numbers are tracked and reported, I think, periodically, because I hear the concern and I understand it. And I think we're almost there, but I'm not sure yet, but we'll look into it and can report back.
And then on the second point, I had a similar concern to the one raised by Mr. Madison. Are we incentivizing, and again, I think PCL does a great job, has done a great job for the city. So this is not intended for PCL, but more as a policy question. Do we incentivize by doing the 40% payment if they don't do more work? Is that an incentive to avoid doing the work? And so one question, and again, not directed at PCL, but as a policy for the council, for this project and others going forward, do contractors, would they come to us and say, this is work that could be done, that would require a change order, and thereby informing staff and giving staff an opportunity to say, yeah, that's something that's worth us doing, that's needed, that could improve the project, and thereby we have an opportunity to weigh in. Does that exist? Does that mechanism exist?
I think of it this way. This is a contractor at-risk model. They are taking on the risk. This contingency in their control with the share is built into their pricing, into their profit, into the whole job model.
Mm-hmm.
They do need the ability to absorb some unforeseen things. And the way it works well is when you have really a good team and very closely defined scope of services, and we know what we are expecting. So this is, it's a contingency on their side to make it, to kind of take a little risk off of them, but they're giving us a price, absorbing the overall risk for the whole project. I would say that contractors, in my experience, can make any kind of profit on a change order. I've had contractors tell me they bid at a loss because they'll make it up in change orders. So that, in that traditional model, they might make 40% anyway and do the work. So then you're still paying it. I do think this model does work, and it's a necessary element of a CMAR contract.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you for that answer. Mr. Hampton.
Just briefly on that 40%, is that 40% can be used in a way to ensure that the goal that they're stating for local hire, local procurement, they could be awarded for the local hire, local procurement if they meet what they are targeting?
I think at this point, you can't contingent more strings to that profit share number. It's not part of the contract. That's already been negotiated and priced. I did want to add some things. In phase 1A, selective demolition, they did get 7%. They didn't meet 10, but that was kind of anticipated. They were still working up their plan because we said go, right? We awarded go. That was a decision to save time on the total schedule, not wait for their whole local hire plan to be in place. Another reason that's hard is selective demolition for this library. The biggest item was the millwork, the fancy woodwork everywhere. There's not a lot of contractors. You can't go out and get 10 bids on that. There's like 2 that'll serve the area. And they're already established and they already have their workforce and their training. And now With phase two, they've had a lot of time. They've released things in tranches, they call it, 20 bids at a time. They get all the bids back. The city's involved with them in selecting who we hire. It's called open book bidding with the city. We're a partner in this. We see their bids and we know who's local or what materials cost. And right now, their proposal is targeted expecting 11 to 12% based on the sub prices they have in hand, ready to execute the contracts. So that's just where they're at today. It could be better as time goes on, but that's just how it's worked till now. So I think the 7% is actually pretty good, the way we told them, go so fast, jump on this, and do selective demo. There really was less opportunity there and less time. Now we have a lot more opportunity. We have much more common trades. We have a lot more opportunity for entry-level employment to get people in, and that's why it's going to be a higher number. I do think it'd be fairly simple for us to come up with a plan to share with you at a future council meeting, maybe even this month. And I've also proposed that I come back and do quarterly updates. An element of that could be the local hire number.
So do we have a plan or no?
So the 11 to 12% forecasting was the outcome of us planning. As the city manager mentioned, we've done the plan, we have a plan. What you're asking for is a public-facing plan, and we're happy to put that together for you.
And the plan, and I just want to reiterate, the plan should be talking about local hire, not necessarily the events you're going to plan on having or.
Well, Councilman, you know it all goes together. Outreach, it
get
inputs
it,
to
I
being
get it,
able to
but
identify who we're looking for.
Hold on one second.
Already. There's a
Go ahead,
list of,
Mr.
no,
Anthony.
there's a list of qualified people already in the city of Pasadena that no one's called on.
So I would love if you could share these lists with me. I've partnered with our friend Arnold Matthews. We partner with the Flint Ridge Center. We've made calls to the local unions to tell us.
Here.
He's here. I'm sure he'll be speaking. We've made calls to the local unions to have them identify and let us know, even though there's not a PLA on this project, let us know where the local residents in Pasadena are for the different trades that we need on this project. So the efforts are there and the outreach is a part of that. And I understand that you don't want that siloed. So for this plan, we'll showcase what we're striving to do, how we can do it. Outreach is one aspect of how we can do it. So I don't want that to be something that isn't appreciated, because we wouldn't have been able to identify the young woman who's a resident who's looking for an administrative position had we not had that outreach, event.
So was that a outreach event hosted by PCL, or was that a class that was already happening at the Flint Ridge Center? Because from my understanding, that was a class that was already happening at the Flint Ridge Center, so PCL just showed up. Wonderful.
No.
I want you guys to be interfaced. Oh, this is at this meeting.
So you see this flyer here? So this is PCL hosting this outreach event at Flint Ridge Center. We're very intentional and strategic with how we maximize people's time and space. So in the event of this one, we wanted to align it with a current cohort at Flint Ridge so that they can also sit in and learn about projects happening in their backyard. We also made sure to invite other partners to be a part of that. We had different local unions present, as well as what Larry mentioned, our prime contractors. This was very much a PCL event in partnership with one of our long-term partners, Flint Ridge Center, and that's essentially how we conduct our outreach.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your responses. Based on my experience, not my professional experience, but my experience of being a city council member in the city of Pasadena, especially during the fires recently, right? And I could talk about my experience as a contractor all day, because environmental companies, which we've heard here, and not from you, but from some of your other staff, it's a specialized work. That is true in some cases, but during the fires and the fire cleanup of ash, debris, lead, etc., Pasadena Unified, all of these companies, I'm just mentioning Pasadena Unified, their environmental companies were hiring people on the spot, literally hiring people on the spot. So what I'm trying to get at is there's a lot of, this is the reason why we can't do it.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to get at. And there is a list of folks that are willing and ready, and they are hungry for work, just as you've seen at the Flint Ridge Center. And I appreciate PCL being at the Flint Ridge Center where they have a captive audience.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's great. You should be there.
We are happy to engage
We
with
should be
that
at every
list.
event.
Let's ask that the list be provided. We're going to, and I've said it before, we are going to continue to have these discussions until we get serious about a PLA in Pasadena. I do suggest that we have that discussion, and I'm going to bring it forward. PCC's adopted a PLA. The school district has adopted a PLA, and it's project labor agreement. Written into that agreement is a community benefits component. And so given the number of projects that we have coming in Pasadena, large projects, including the 710, we need to have that PLA in place. And so I'll agendize that for discussion. Mr. Lyon?
Further to that point, and I know it's not on the agenda, but what's the appropriate, I would very much like to have the conversation about a PLA as well. Should that go to Ed Tech, or can we bring it straight here? How should that go?
I think we can bring it straight here. It's a matter of citywide importance, and we have some big projects. So
I would support that.
That has both a training component, and now that we have, Dr. Gomez at PCC and the trades who participated in starting up that training program have said to me, look, we can train all we want, but if we don't tie it to some of these large public projects, we're not going to set the standard, and we're not going to set the example that needs to be set. And so, we worked hard to get that training program started. Now we need to do the second step, which is have a PLA in place so that people aren't just trained, they can go to work. Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor, and I support having that discussion. This is the same as community workforce agreement, right? PLA, they're interchangeable. Okay, yeah.
Community benefits, community workforce, yeah.
I would support having that discussion. And to Brianna, I appreciate your work that you've been doing with outreach and telling the story of the young lady who wants to be an admin professional. What's your coordination with our econ development team? Because I know they have the First Source. Let me pull it up. I believe they have the First Source hiring program, or that First Source list it's a voluntary list that folks submit their information on. Are you coordinating with them to pull names off that interview or hopefully bring them on to the project?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. So early on, Teo with Public Works let us know about the department and that list. The positions that we were aware of were on that list didn't align with the opportunity on the project. And this admin position literally aligned perfectly with that outreach event, which is why I love to tell that story, because that's the beauty and magic of outreach. However, when we do an assessment, again, to look at the non-construction, craft worker, non-craft worker positions that will be available, I'll look at that again to see what those roles are and how they align with the folks on that list.
Thank you.
Was she hired? My colleague asked, was she hired?
This was less than 2 weeks ago, so we're in the process.
Yeah. Okay. Public comment? Mr. Matthews?
Mr. Matthews,
How many cards?
just one.
I had some comments, I'm gonna change them around a little bit. I was here tonight in support of this project, but I've changed my mind after hearing all of this. So I'm gonna take that part out. I wanna be very clear that local participation must be a required outcome of this project, not simply a stated intention. This is a $186 million voter-approved public investment, and Pasadena residents expect to see real measurable economic benefit in the form of jobs and contracting opportunities. During earlier council actions, commitments were discussed regarding local hiring and economic impact, and the contractor presented outreach and voluntary local hire efforts. However, the current staff report only describes outreach. It does not report results. We do not know how many Pasadena residents have been hired to date, in which trades, for how many hours, or what percentage of workforce has been local. The lack of reporting raised important questions about accountability and how we move forward into full construction. Outreach alone is not enough. Effort is not the same as outcome. For a project of this size and importance, local participation must be clearly defined, tracked, reported, and enforced through the contract. Pasadena residents deserve transparency and measurable commitments, not voluntary goals that cannot be evaluated. I'm just emotional because I've been doing this for 30 years, and my history tells me that if you approve this without something in writing, you're going to get nothing. City Hall, monitoring and reports. Convention Center, monitoring and reports. Rose Bowl, monitoring and reports. And they had plans. Thank you.
Mr. Matthews, I had a question for you. During the comments, you were consulted with?
No.
Just was asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So any other questions or comments? Mr. Hampton?
There's no need to belabor this. I think that PCL is an amazing construction company. I've seen their work. I mean, they're second to none. That's not at all. I mean, I can't say that their workmanship is shoddy or anything like that. But what I can say, as a council member, and as someone who's actually paying in on this, we all are, right, as residents, and voted in favor. As Mr. Matthews mentioned, I have seen this before, over and over and over again. Without a real plan in place, and we just say, oh, you guys are gonna come back with another plan, which I hope PCL, I want PCL to get this contract. But I can't vote on it without actually having that plan that we could go back and say, you know what, they have a plan. We have someone who's gonna help implement this plan from the city side, and I agree that it shouldn't be all PCL because these are city dollars. These are residents' dollars. They've decided to pay more to continue to keep a library. I don't think 2 weeks is going to slow this process down to where we can't open the library before the Olympics. God forbid that happen. But to do right by our residents, as we asked our residents to vote and support on this, I would just ask my colleagues to table this for 2 weeks so that we could actually have a plan.
Yeah, you know, this reminds me of the Parsons project, where we debated the issue, and Mr. Matthews will recall, and I said, if it's not in writing, we're not going to get the outcome, and we didn't. We wished and hoped and prayed for it, but in the end, I thought it was a mistake. I argued against it, but the council went forward without real goals in conjunction with our construction partners and real mandates, if you will. And I do think it includes a combination of outreach as well as outcomes. And so I do think we owe it to residents to have that plan in place. I am concerned, and because what we're going to hear back from folks is the training, just the trained workforce isn't there. That's been the problem. That's why that PCC project is so important, to provide people with the training that they needed to provide them, with the skills that they need to be not a journeyman, apprentice, first an apprentice, then a journeyman, and all of the things that come. Those are terms of art that are found in state law. They're not just terms that are thrown about. And to qualify for one of those positions, you need training. And so our contractor's going to need that trained skill set to complete this project. This isn't like, working on someone's garden. This is a major public works project that requires a trained workforce. And, and I think we can get there, Mr. Hampton. I think we can get to the point where we have the trained workforce. The question is, can we do it quickly enough? Or maybe I'm wrong and it's already there. But when we go, even when we go through a PLA, there's a process. What a PLA does is allows on the labor side, allows them to skip the list and go to the nearest local resident and offer them the position. So I'd like to hear from other members of the council.
He's in the queue, and then I'm next.
Oh, you guys are recently in the queue. Mr. Jones, followed by Mr. Madison.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'd have to support my colleague, Mr. Hampton, on this. I think we all care about it opening on time, but I think I care more about the local economy and making sure that our people in our community have opportunities and that money is reinvested in our community. And this, even to go a step further, this is even a public safety issue, because oftentimes what we hear is from folks who enter into the cycle of going back to prison, getting out, coming back into our Pasadena streets, and the same reason we're given is, well, they don't have employment, they don't have jobs. Well, this is an opportunity to provide them with employment and to provide them with jobs. And I think that 2 weeks is, I haven't seen the schedule. Maybe we can put conditions on the notice to proceed before it's issued, that then there's a plan that's submitted. But I do think we need something in writing, because if we don't have it in writing, I don't think that we'll get what we're satisfied with and what our residents expect us to get in a return on investment.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Lyon? No, Mr. Madison. Oh, Mr. Madison, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just think, I think they're not mutually exclusive, that we can, shame on us for not having this conversation until 10:30 when there's $177 million action in front of us. This is not a 10:30 conversation. This should be agenda item on a meeting when we can talk about it at length, but we shouldn't hold up the progress of this really important project. We've had a renaissance in Pasadena. We rebuilt City Hall, rebuilt the Civic Auditorium, rebuilt the Rose Bowl, rebuilt the Convention Center. This is the last piece. Obviously, we still have the YWCA and the YMCA. There will always be more to do, but in terms of these civic institutions, these iconic places, 2 weeks becomes 4 weeks. And do we seriously think we're going to go in some other direction? I don't think so. Let's just hold their feet to the fire on the local hire and not have any delay. And I asked the question in good faith. I didn't know the answer to it. And our public works director said it's a critical path that we start right away.
But to your point, Mr. Madison, we've heard that before about other projects, and we haven't seen the same results.
Well, we should have teed this up then a month ago or 2 months ago and had the.
We did. We did tee this up months ago.
Okay, the city manager works for us. If we're not getting the performance that we need, and I'm not suggesting it's the city manager's fault, I'm just saying that we should have kept this on the agenda. But to now hold up the will of the voters when they pass this extraordinary bond measure to rebuild our central library, just shame on us if that's what we do. And it will be a delay. That's how we get to a point where we got 50 acres over at the 710, and we're coming up on the 4th anniversary of owning it. We got nothing, no return on our investment. That's how we get, we buy the property at Orange Grove and Villa, and we got nothing yet. So we gotta make forward progress on this.
We also told the voters that we were going to be serious about local hire on this project.
Well, we should be. That's on us.
It's Lake and Villa, Mr. Madison, and we are.
What did I say, Mayor?
Orange Grove and Villa.
Oh, that's a different project. No, it's late. This is why this is a 7 p.m. conversation.
Well, it wasn't 10:30 when we started the conversation.
Okay.
Long before. And all of our agenda items are important. I agree this is a major project, but they all deserve time.
But Mayor, to Mr. Madison's point.
Hold on one second. In terms of, you raised the 710, a lot of work's been done on the 710. And
my purpose wasn't to engage us in another debate for another hour about those things, but just You know, life is a depreciable asset. We need to move forward and get a return on our investment for the community and get this local hire going. I agree with that.
But bringing up incorrectly subjects that are not relevant, waste time.
Well, we disagree about that, Mayor, but
Mr.
tonight's not
Jones?
the night. We'll have an opportunity to debate that in the future, I'm quite
Well,
sure.
I just think that delaying 2 weeks is not going to delay the entire project. I mean, the examples you brought up.
Public
about
Works Director
why-
said it will.
Why, okay, the project is still going to get built. I think it's not going to be the YWCA, right? Like this project, just because it takes 2 weeks to
Thank you,
develop
that's another example.
No, that was your example, right? So.
Well, that wasn't my point, but it doesn't matter. I
All right,
apologize.
so go ahead and finish, Mr. Jones.
Well, my point is that the project's still going to get built. We just want it to get built with a local hiring plan, a local procurement plan, so that way we can provide opportunities to our residents and to our local business owners.
Can we make that a condition to our approval tonight? And be creative here and then have it come back from 2 weeks to approve that
And then
part?
what if they don't have the plan in 2 weeks?
Well,
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take an action, this is a recommendation that directs staff to amend the critical path by 2 weeks. And, you know, we can have everything in front of us. I don't think 2 weeks is going to result in anything different than we would have had, except for the fact that we kept our commitment to the voters to do local hire and procurement. Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Masood.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at all the sort of same points about that Mr. Madison made, but coming to a really different conclusion, which is this is really to the city manager and to Mr. DeVink. I have said this so many times. It is never appropriate to come to us and say, you have to take this action tonight or else. We have had this coming for years. We voted on this years ago. If you need it, when you're asking us to spend $177 million, you should anticipate that we might want to have some questions and to think about it and to bring it back for further work. So it's never appropriate to say to us, you have to do it tonight. So we can do it tonight and say, add mandates to the contract, and which there are currently not there, or we can take 2 weeks and think about it and come back with a plan that we're all comfortable with. But I find it incredibly frustrating and incredibly disrespectful to the work we do to show up and say, we have to vote on a $177 million contract tonight, work out the schedule, figure it out, and bring it in on time.
Well, and to be clear, I haven't heard anybody say we have to have that tonight. We're saying there are consequences if you don't.
That
And
is
just
what
to
he
be fair
said.
to my staff, people are working really hard.
No, but
and I
that's
didn't
what he
hear-
said. It's a critical path, and if we don't do it tonight, it will delay the
Hold on,
project.
Mr. Lyon.
And that is true. It's on the critical path and it'll have implications down the way. But we're not saying you have to vote. I just want to be clear. And
And the notice to proceed 2 weeks just pushes back the completion 2 weeks. That's all it does.
Right.
It doesn't.
Right,
there's
and I
no-
also think with a year and a half of, 2.5 years of construction, you can probably make up those 2 weeks, but.
Possibly.
Yes, yeah, it pushes it back 2 weeks.
Well, but,
It's not the end of the world.
but the point is that nothing prevents us, there is no mandate that we have to vote tonight. There's a critical path and there's a contract to be entered into. In order to stick to that critical path, we approve the contract. Again, I agree with Mr. DeVink and the city manager. Let's just adjust the critical path by 2 weeks and come back with the full package that brings the council together and ensures that we approve a project and a proposal that has all of the elements that we're looking for. I don't think it's any more complicated than that. Mr. Masuda?
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate what everyone has said. I think local hire is very important. I think we can fit that in, but I am not for delaying the project, Mayor. I want the project to go forward. I've been following this for a long time, and I want to see this project move as quickly as possible and not delay it. That's where I sit, Mayor.
So, I think we're at the point.
I'll make a motion that we ask the staff and PCL to bring back the two elements that my colleagues referenced. One is a written plan from PCL to meet the 11 to 12%. What is their plan on local hire and local procurement? And from the city manager, his best thoughts about how we are going to track not only this project, but, and we won't have it all settled in 2 weeks, but looking forward to how we're going to track all of our projects in a more comprehensive and coordinated way. I don't expect a complete and final plan for that, but I think we at least need to know how we're going to track this project. And so that would be my motion, that we have that back in 2 weeks so we can vote on this contract.
Second.
I'd be prepared to support that motion, but just to clarify, I don't think this is the fault of the city manager or the public works director. I just think that we heard numbers that at least I wasn't satisfied with, and we heard responses to that we didn't have numbers for a lot of the questions. And so I think that was the reaction to that.
I agree
Yes,
that
but the
fault
point
is
stands
not,
that we can't bring things at the last minute. When it's a seven, we got it, we have to have a margin of error when we're talking about a $177 million contract.
okay. So we have a motion, a second.
But my point is, we determine the timeline, so.
Right.
Yeah, okay. So your motion, is there a second for?
There was.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call the question.
Councilmember Cole on the motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
No.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The motion passes 6 in favor, 2 against. For this to come back in 2 weeks?
And again, thank you to everyone involved. You know, we have a lot of work and a lot of investment in this project. It's an important one for the Civic Center and for the city. And so I'd like to thank our partners at PCL, Mr. DeVinto's staff, our engineering staff, and everyone else who's had a hand in the city manager's office and other departments. Thank you. I mean, so just to give you an idea, when did we discover the problems in the library? It was 2022. Yeah, 2021.
Discover the problem.
So in a number of years, what takes most cities, you know, decades, particularly when you're dealing with a historic building like this, in just a number of years, we moved quickly as a community to approve the dollars needed. The council and the staff have worked to get us to this point in just a couple of years. Just like the Lake and Villa, we purchased that property in late 2023, and here we are just over 2 years later, negotiating specifically with someone who's going to bring us a project there. I challenge anyone to show us an example of any other city that can move that swiftly, including the 710. So there's a lot going on, and our staff is balancing all of these important projects, and I think doing so very ably and timely. So congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Mayor, we have item 12, which is just second reading of an ordinance. Should I proceed?
Okay.
So 11, we're going to hold for the amendments?
It's held, because it was related to the other one, and it needs to come back as a finalized ordinance. That was, I think, part. So this was an ordinance introduced by Councilmember Hampton. This is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena adding Chapter 2.10 to Article 1 of Title 2 of the Pasadena Municipal Code regarding the City Council vacancy appointment process when a vacancy occurs in a City Council district seat with less than 2 years remaining on an unexpired term. Councilmember Cole to adopt. Councilmember Cole to adopt.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
This ordinance was adopted
I'll change it later.
unanimously.
Apparently, only Mr. Cole can change his votes. Okay. Okay,
Nice to be special, Mayor.
yeah, you are.
There's one speaker card where someone submitted the speaker card late to speak at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
It's David Corrales. You have 2 minutes, sir, on matters not on the agenda.
Mr. Corrales, welcome.
I want to take this opportunity to, can I speak now?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Gordo and thank the councilmatic people for taking so much time to hear us. I know it's late, I'll make it real short. Also to thank Councilman Madison and your deputy Justin, who met with us last week to discuss the Caltrans sales and being able to develop a memorandum of understanding so that tenants who are in good standing, and I'm a tenant in good standing, at least whatever that means, and to purchase our homes at market value. I've been in this process I've been there, a renter for now 36 years. And I noticed a house at 925 on that letter that I lived there for 9 years being sold back to Pasadena, which was very interesting to me. And I just wanted to say that I'd like you to support this memorandum. I've been in this process with Caltrans trying to buy the house. I presented them an appraisal on the property back in July, which is now outdated. I had to find 3 different appraisers because I could find no pre-existing comps to create an appraisal on the properties. Caltrans has hidden everything and does not want to give us any information on any sales. They came out in October, did their appraisal. Their appraisal now has also expired. And now we still have to go to the CTA board or Caltrans board up in Sacramento, hopefully maybe in March. And, and every time I present them with a letter of financing from a bank, they raise the price by $500,000. Pasadena purchased 5 houses. I live there at 203 Bellefontaine, right where the fork in the road is at. I'm in that middle yellow house there. Well, around the corner, Pasadena purchased 5
Sir,
houses.
your time has expired.
Go ahead and wrap up your comments, sir.
For $1 million less. So I ask you to please support this memorandum so we can work with Pasadena to purchase our houses. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda. And it's the end of the agenda.
And the agenda. Let's, I got some comments. Somebody wants to prolong the meeting. Okay, so we will stand adjourned, notwithstanding Mr. Hamilton.